13 to 15 from across the province showed exemplary sportsmanship, athleticism, teamwork and skill. It was an honour to witness such a remarkable celebration of sport and community. A special thank you to the Bay Roberts Mayor, Walter Yetman, members of the organising committee, and especially Judy Morrow and Neil Kearley, co-chairs of Newfoundland Labrador Summer Games, who have been part of this since the initiative in 2018. A sincere thank you to each coach, parent, family member, volunteer, spectator, driver and sponsor for your support. It wouldn't have happened without you. Today these young people are our athletes. Tomorrow they are our leaders. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to join me in applauding everyone involved with the 2024 Newfoundland Labrador Summer Games. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, life has never been more expensive for Canadians. The Prime Minister has doubled the debt, doubled housing costs, caused the worst inflation in 40 years, sent 2 million people to the food bank, and unleashed crime and chaos in our communities. And their NDP coalition partners have been there to support them at every turn of the way. The NDP leader claimed that he ripped up their coalition agreement in a desperate attempt to distance himself from their disastrous record. But now, with a motion of confidence on the table, the NDP leader is putting himself and his pension ahead of Canadians. Canadians are desperate for change. It's time for the Bloc and the NDP to stop protecting this costly Prime Minister. We need a carbon tax election now so that Canadians can vote to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The Honourable Member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, we had a very busy summer in Brampton, and today I would like to highlight the incredible achievements of our residents in suburbs. Bramptonian played in Copa America and represented Canada at the Summer Olympic and Paralympic Games in Paris. Brampton is Canada's cricket capital, and we hosted a world's famous GT20 tournament where global stars played at the highest level, inspiring us all. While a record-breaking ice hockey game organized by the City of Brampton raised over $1 million for our local hospital, all-age field hockey and kabaddi tournaments continue to grow in popularity. Mr. Speaker, I was especially pleased to present awards to our youngest players at the Children's Soccer Tournament in Brampton South. Sports are key to good health and well-being. Let's continue to celebrate our athletes and promote active living in Brampton and across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, over the summer I had the privilege of engaging with the vibrant 55-plus older adults community across my riding of Winnipeg South Centre. From visits to the Parkway, Riverbend Plaza, Fred Tipping Place, Riverwood Square, Villa Cabrini, and the Thorvaldson Care Centre, I witnessed firsthand the contributions of older adults to our community. One highlight was meeting the Residences Council at Riverbend Plaza, where we discussed the Safe Long-Term Care Act, a national strategy on aging, and the importance of aging close to home. We also celebrated the 65th anniversary of the Thorvaldson Care Centre, Manitoba's only intermediate care facility where 3 generations of the Thorvaldson family have provided compassionate care to older adults. This anniversary is a powerful reminder of the importance of establishing strong standards in long-term care to ensure dignity and quality for all Canadians as they age. A special thank you, Mr. Speaker, to Moira Jones and everyone on my Winnipeg South Centre Older Adults Council for enriching the fabric of our community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we tabled a non-confidence motion so that we can stop this country being destroyed by this minority Liberal government, which has been in power for much too long. The NDP kept the government alive on a respirator. Now the Bloc is doing the same thing. The Bloc is swanning around, shouting from all rooftops that it defends Quebecers. François Legault, though, he is the Premier of Quebec. He speaks on behalf of Quebecers, and he's asking the Bloc to bring down this incompetent government. Why is the Bloc saying one thing and doing another? Rather than being in cahoots with the Liberals, the Bloc Québécois should defend Quebecers. One example would be the fact that the Bloc is a terrible negotiator. They haven't been able to achieve anything. They haven't been able to get the Caribou Decree cancelled, for instance. The Bloc is selling its soul to this Liberal government, and it's not getting a thing for Quebec. What's the Bloc Québécois for? Well, they voted for more spending than ever, for doubling the government machine, for more scandals than ever, with the money of Quebecers. Who does the Bloc stand for? Well, one thing's clear. They do not stand for Quebecers.
Member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember my dear friend, Gail Christie, former mayor of the borough of York, who passed away on August 14th and was laid to rest on September the 8th. Gail's journey began in Toronto, where she first stepped into public service as a trustee on the Board of Education. Her dedication propelled her to become the alderman and ultimately the mayor of York from 1978 to 1982. Representing her community on Metro Toronto Council. Gail's legacy is a testament to the power of perseverance and passion. As a mother and a woman that is active in politics, she inspired countless others to break barriers and pursue their dreams in leadership roles, myself included. Her unwavering commitment serves as a reminder that women can, and women should, be at the forefront of decision-making. As we reflect on her contributions, let us honor Gail's memory by continuing her fight for equality and for communities. My deepest condolences to the family. Thank you.
Just a reminder to all members to try to keep their statements to 60 seconds so that this can go quickly. The honourable member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. Under this soft-on-crime Liberal government, car theft is up 34%, including being up by over 300% in Toronto.
Unbelievable.
We know that in Ontario, 68% of those convicted for an auto theft-related offence serve a sentence of 6 months or less. Just recently, we learned that Ontario's carjacking task force made 124 arrests between September 2023 and March 2024. Shockingly, nearly half of the people arrested by this task force were out on bail at the time of their arrest, and 61% of those offenders were subsequently released on bail yet again. This crime wave was a direct result of this government's soft-on-crime, catch-release policies, which repealed mandatory minimum sentences and made bail more accessible to criminals. Tomorrow, on behalf of all Canadians, there's a chance to bring down this costly government and stop the crime. Will the NDP Liberal government let Canadians decide in a carbon tax election?
The honourable member from Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. 2 years ago, the sellout leader of the NDP sold out workers and signed on to a costly coalition with the Liberal Prime Minister that hiked taxes, ballooned food costs, doubled housing costs, and unleashed record crime and chaos on our once safe streets. On top of all that, he voted in favour to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Tomorrow, on behalf of all Canadians, there's a chance to break down this costly government.
Yes, there is.
Canadians need a carbon tax election now to decide between the costly coalition of the NDP Liberals, who tax your food, punish your work, take your money, double your housing costs, and unleash crime and drugs in your communities, or Conservatives that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The honourable member from Sherbrooke. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Last week marked the 6th annual Military Families Appreciation Day. This year, the day was especially meaningful for me and for my family. My husband, who was an honorary colonel in the Sherbrooke Hussars, my husband and I, we're very proud of our son, who's currently on mission in Latvia. Like many Canadian soldiers, he is taking part in Operation Reassurance, which aims to contribute to NATO's deterrence and defense measures in Central and Eastern Europe. Today, my thoughts are with all families like ours, families which are making the sacrifice of sharing one of their loved ones so that Canada can fulfill its role as a peacekeeper around the world. As we know, the current global context requires us to strengthen our presence in different regions of the world to prevent conflicts from spreading. Let's be proud of Canada's international contribution. Let's be proud of the members of our military, but let's also be proud of their families who provide them with unwavering support.
The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay.
The opioid nightmare is devastating small and medium-sized towns who simply do not have the resources to address the overwhelming nature of the crisis. People dying from poisoned drugs, a lack of treatment opportunities, a housing crisis, and predatory gangs who are making our neighborhoods unsafe. The City of Timmins recently held the first ever municipal summit on addressing the opioid crisis. The message is clear: municipalities can't do this on their own. The federal government needs to be at the table with increased mental health supports, a credible housing strategy that smaller communities can take advantage of, funding for treatment and recovery, and empowering police with a credible gang strategy to shut down the violence. And in Timmins, the model of the firekeepers, Indigenous teams working the streets to keep people safe and alive, could be a national model. What we don't need are Conservative MPs pouring gasoline on the crisis, which have led to serious death threats against doctors and nurses keeping people alive. In the end, our job is keeping people safe on our streets and keeping our loved ones alive. Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. On August 8th, a great woman made the people of Saint-Luce-sur-Mer and all Quebecers proud. Maude Charron won the silver medal in the 59-kilogram class at the Paris Olympic Games after lifting a total of 236 kilograms. The weightlifter from Lamitis was surrounded by her family as she achieved this second major feat. Her first was winning the gold medal at the Tokyo Games in 2021. Thus becoming the second Canadian weightlifter ever to take gold. Her achievements and journey inspired the entire Eastern Quebec region, which came together to watch her event. She certainly won the hearts of Quebecers in our regions when she took a sip of Quebec maple syrup right before her event. Some people inspire us every day with their resilience and their courage. Maude Charron is one of them. Maude, congratulations and thank you for everything. The people of Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia are very proud of you.
The honourable member from Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Nearly every day, Canadians are waking up to the news of a new conflict of interest scandal involving carbon tax Carney. Just days after he became the special advisor to the Prime Minister, his first piece of advice was for the Prime Minister to give him $10 billion in taxpayers' money to be used in a new investment fund. Next, it was $2 billion in taxpayers' loans to his friends at Telesat for work that other companies could have done at half the cost. And as if that weren't enough, he is also advocating for mortgage rule changes that will directly benefit his mortgage insurer. Fortunately, tomorrow there will be a vote of non-confidence in this NDP Liberal coalition so that Canadians can have a carbon tax election. Canadians should be the ones who decide between 4 more years of corruption and carbon taxes or a new Conservative government to clean up.
The honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about an issue that is very important to the residents of Mississauga, Erin Mills, the concern of auto theft and its impact on the lives of my constituents. And that is why our Liberal government is working across jurisdictions to enact real solutions to crack down on auto theft and make our communities safer. Our National Auto Theft Summit in February led to a national action plan, enhanced detection at major ports, and stronger collaboration with local police. And it is thanks to these collective efforts that auto thefts decreased by 17% in the first 6 months of 2024. This success is due in no small part to our local police forces, and I want to particularly highlight Chief Nishant Duriyappa, Deputy Chief Nick Milanovic, and Peel Regional Police officers for their incredible efforts to arrest criminals and recover stolen vehicles through Project Odyssey and more initiatives. Mr. Speaker, this is what real action looks like. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Tomorrow, the Bloc will have to vote on a motion to decide, yes or no, if they're going to keep the most centralizing and costly government in power in the history of Canada. What's bad is for Quebec are costs that have doubled in terms of housing and the doubling of the national debt. The Quebec Premier says that the Quebec nation doesn't want to show its confidence in this government. And even after the Minister of Immigration, the Liberal minister, said that he broke the immigration system, and even if the minister doesn't have trust in his track record, why should the Bloc have trust in him or them? Once again, you have raised this issue yesterday and last week. You need to address questions to the government. I see that the Honourable Minister is standing to answer, but I'd just like to remind members that it's important for questions to be relevant to the government administration so that members can provide clear answers. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative leader, after 20 years in this House, does not understand yet how the House works. One thing they don't still understand is the importance of dental care for Quebecers. He talks about hurting Quebecers. What does he tell Quebecers in my region? Don't sign up for the Canadian Dental Care Program because it doesn't exist. While in Quebec, there are 800,000 seniors that are signed up for dental care. He's telling them, don't sign up. It doesn't exist. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. This government has doubled housing costs for people in the Quebec region and tripled the cost of housing in Montreal and made the cost of food skyrocket so that too many Canadians have had to go to food banks every month. It's also pushed Quebec to the breaking point with an immigration system that the Liberal minister himself has said is broken. So the Quebec nation does not want a centralizing and costly government. Will the members vote for an election to elect a common sense government? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, there's a great deal of hypocrisy in this question. They're worried about people's lives, they say, but the Conservative leader isn't able to say clearly what his hidden agenda is. When the member for Grasslands has a trip paid to go to Florida, where he can sell a vision that is anti-abortion and anti-women's rights. And the first thing they need to do is control their caucus and reassure women here in Canada that their rights will not be affected.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
9 years of the NDP Liberals. Costs are up, taxes up, crime's up, time's up. This government has doubled the cost of housing, doubled the debt, forced 2 million people to the food bank, raised taxes, and now they want a 61-cent a litre carbon tax that will grind our economy to a halt. The good news is, in a carbon tax election, Canadians can axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Can we bring it home now?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, maybe I can speak in a language the Leader of the Opposition will understand. They're going to cut the dental They're going to axe the pharmacare, they're going to break the health system, and they're going to destroy childcare. The difference between those slogans and the nonsense he throws around, the vacuous garbage that's best left for Nabisco, not for the House of Commons, is that's the stuff he's actually going to do. And at some point, he's going to have to look in the eyes of seniors and tell them what he's going to do to dental care. He's going to have to look in the eyes of diabetes patients and say what he's going to do with their diabetes medication. At some time, the vitriol's done and the truth comes.
Colleagues, we're skating pretty close to the line. I'd recommend for members to ensure that they don't do that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that when that member thinks of the prospect of a carbon tax election, he comes unglued and becomes very rattled and loses control of himself, waving his hands around because he's desperate to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. He's desperate to push a government takeover that will shut down people's private drug plans and ban them from having access to their medical plans. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and protect your drug plan. How about that?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, this is the guy who said dental care doesn't exist. This is the guy that said providers won't sign up. Well, I got news for you. 750,000 people across this country got care. I also got news for you, Mr. Speaker, and that is more than 80% of providers have signed up. We're getting it done. So he can fearmonger, he can scare people, but we're going to get it done on pharma as well. We're going to make sure that diabetes patients get their medication. We're going to make sure that women get their contraceptive, because that's what freedom looks like. A woman who has choice over her own body.
I'd like to remind all ministers, all members, that answers should be directed, questions should be asked and answers should be directed through the chair. And I'm going to again ask members to make sure we don't skate too close to the line. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What his plan does is quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre and imposes a single payer that bans women from using their existing private plans to get contraceptives or any other form of medication. That's what a single payer means. And that is not what freedom looks like, Mr. Speaker. What he actually wants to do is quadruple the carbon tax, which will grind our economy to a halt. It will be a nuclear winter for our economy. Why don't we allow Canadians to vote in a carbon tax election to decide if they're ready to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what freedom doesn't look like, and it doesn't look like Conservative members of Parliament taking all expenses, paid trips to Florida to talk about how...
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Frito Lakes, I'd appreciate if he would, when he has his turn, and I know that he'll have his turn to ask questions, would refrain from speaking out of turn. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what freedom doesn't look like, and it's Conservative members of Parliament taking all expensive paid trips to talk at anti-abortion conferences and to push forward an anti-abortion vision of Canada. Mr. Speaker, when he talks about women's rights, he neglects to share his hidden agenda that would take away their reproductive rights. Mr. Speaker, when he talks about freedom, he only talks about half of the story. Mr. Speaker, today what we are doing is demonstrating that this House does not have confidence in the leader of the Conservative Party.
Would be decimated.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, time is running out for the Liberals. It's decision time. They must choose between economic justice for seniors or an election. They can put an end to the two classes of seniors they've created by depriving those aged under 74 and under of 10% of OAS granted to the oldest. Or they can go out and officially consult people, hoping very, very hard that the polls are wrong. Will take the senior side? What will the Liberals choose? Time's running out. The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Bloc Québécois, it's the Liberal Party of Canada that works for seniors and has done so for recent years by increasing the GIS by $1,000, helping more than 1 million seniors in Canada. We increased 30% the gains from the GIS so that those who work can keep a larger portion of what they earn. The Bloc voted against that, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for La Prairie. Seniors deserve better than partisanship. It's distressing to hear that the Liberals descend into partisanship when we talk to them about the standard of living of retirees. We're talking about seniors who have worked hard for decades to earn a good retirement. They deserve answers. Seniors are listening to us, so we're going to repeat this. Are the Liberals going to improve OAS for people under 74, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat this once again for my friend and his party. Quebecers, seniors in Quebec, have the right to wake up this morning and wonder, what's happened to them? They've always voted against seniors. The Bloc has always voted against our plans to enhance the lives, particularly of seniors, of the most vulnerable people in Canada. And recently they voted against the dental care plan for Quebec seniors. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
The Liberals are too weak to stand up to Doug Ford, so some patients are leaving surgeries with thousands of dollars of bills. The Liberals are too weak to stand up to Daniel Smith. And so people in our province are forced to pay to see a doctor. See, that's what Conservatives do. They cut and gut health care so their big business buddies can use that to rip off Canadians even more. Why is the Liberal government letting Conservatives privatize our health care system?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you're going to be talking about being too weak, 2 days after the NDP leader got a letter from the leader of the Conservative opposition saying to back out of standing up for pharmacare and standing up for improvements in the healthcare system, he ran away. And if he ran away from that, how is he going to stand up for Canadians, is what I would ask, Mr. Speaker. And I would say that we had a chance. We were working well together. We got things done on dental. 750,000 people, over 80% of providers. We were working well together on pharmacare. If he has ideas, he knows we were all ears. But he's all about politics, Mr. Speaker. He's all about trying to divide rather than working together.
Colleagues.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Conservative premiers privatize our healthcare system and have done nothing about it.
The last Conservative government slashed healthcare funding by $43.5 billion. This represents more than 60,000 nurses every year. But now the Conservative premiers like François Legault are privatizing our healthcare system, and the Liberals are doing nothing about it. Why are the Liberals doing nothing to protect people and Canadian healthcare legislation? The Honourable Minister of Health.
I get frustrated because there is an existential crisis facing our health system, and it is represented in the person of the Conservative leader, whose cuts and approach to health care to destroy pharmacare, to attack dental care, to undermine the deals that we've signed with provinces and territories, greatly menace this thing that we treasure, public health. And the investments that we made, they must continue. The progress we made must continue. That's why I urge parliamentarians to stand up against what the Conservatives would do to this health system and work collaboratively to make sure that we get the care that every Canadian deserves.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
After 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, we know that they are just not worth the cost, and the evidence is everywhere you look. In Ontario, for the first time ever, over 1 million people visited a food bank in just 1 year. That's thanks to the radical Liberal NDP carbon tax. Ontario families say they just can't keep up with the mountain of debt and the taxes that this Prime Minister has poured all over them. So why won't this government call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and for Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to read an extract from a report that came out today from the Insurance Bureau of Canada, and I quote, "Summer of 2024 ranks as the most destructive season in Canadian history for insured losses due to severe weather. In only 2 months, July and August, this summer eclipsed the worst year on record and has pushed 2024 year-to-date tally over $7.7 billion in severe natural catastrophes." Mr. Speaker, what's the answer from the Leader of the Opposition? Let the planet burn. We won't take this on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
I know the member from St. Albert, Edmonton St. Albert would like to pose this question, but I'll ask him to wait his turn before taking the floor. The honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the carbon tax was supposed to fix all of that. They won't call a carbon tax election because they know exactly what Canadians will say. 2023 was the 8th consecutive year that food bank usage rose. By some great coincidence, it was also the 8th consecutive year of this Liberal government. So how many more people need to visit or need to be forced to a food bank before the Environment Minister admits that taxes are up, that costs are up, that crime is up, and that his time is up?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservative Party and its leader are not there to protect Canadians. They're there to protect the interest of their friends, like oil executives who attended a special event for the Leader of the Opposition. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that oil executives don't come to my fundraiser. I can guarantee you that. But what they want to do is take away, in his riding, Carleton, 58,000 people are receiving the Canada Carbon Rebate. In Thornhill, more than 60,000 people are receiving more money than what they pay in carbon pricing. We're helping with affordability, Mr. Speaker, and we're helping to fight climate change.
The honourable member from Foothills.
After 9 years, the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and yes, time is up. According to the Liberal NDP's government's own statistics, the number of Canadians suffering with food insecurity is up 111%. Wow. That is a quarter of Canadians who don't know where their next meal is coming from. But there is a solution. Axe the carbon tax and give Canadians the relief they need. They know that 70% of Canadians want to axe the tax. Will they listen to Canadians tomorrow and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would be
great in this House if the official opposition actually worked with facts. The vast majority of Canadians get more money back. We have a climate plan that is actually working, fighting the existential threat of climate change, but it is also creating economic opportunity and prosperity for the future. We have seen over 100 clean growth projects, $60 billion of investment. It's the $12 billion Dow invested in Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. It's the Jansen potash mine. It's the Soyona lithium plant in Quebec. It is a plan that is working. They have no plan for the future on the environment and no plan on the economy.
The honourable member from Foothills.
Here's what their plan is doing. The Liberal NDP carbon tax is driving up costs on farmers, on truckers, on food manufacturers, and prices at the grocery store, and Canadians can't afford to put food on the table. According to Food Banks Alberta, use is up 73%, and 40% of those are children. Meanwhile, the Liberal NDP government say, hey, Canadians have never had it so good, while food banks are struggling just to meet demand. If the Liberal NDP government thinks that their carbon tax is so great, will they call a carbon tax election tomorrow and let Canadians decide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We know that children suffer from food insecurity during tough times, so we've set up a school food program that will allow us to feed 400,000 children extra than what is currently the case. And we're working with the provinces and territories to unroll this program that will really help our children. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The Liberal government is a bad one for Quebec. After 9 years, the Bloc Liberal coalition doubled the cost of housing, has created the worst inflation for the past 40 years, forced students to live in their parents' basements, made Quebec at the breaking point for immigration, and they voted for $500 billion in inflationary spending. Can the Prime Minister and his Quebec lieutenant allow Quebecers to choose a common-sense government during an election? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy to answer this question about inflation because the good news is that inflation is down to 2%. And throughout this year, it has been in the target range of the Bank of Canada. Because of this, the Bank of Canada has started lowering its key rate. This is the good news for Canadians. The only thing that the Conservatives are offering is their hidden agenda of austerity. They want to cut, cut, cut. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Cut tax, cut the inflation, cut grocery prices. That's what we're going to cut, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Bloc coalition have a different idea than what they're saying today. Talking about the Prime Minister, this is what the Bloc leader said. I think he has his hand in Quebecers' pockets. He wants to be able to spend, and he's running up a terrible deficit that Quebecers will have to pay and pay for quite some time. Why are they allowing the Prime Minister to have his hands in Quebecers' pockets? Can they allow Quebecers to choose their own government, a common-sense government? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I trust Quebecers. They understand that they don't have common sense. And we have been a government that has been there for Quebecers. Exemplary investment, for example, in aerospace and record investment in aluminum and investment in the automotive sector and in the digital sector. We are creating jobs. We're fighting to also build industry for tomorrow and to build the Quebec of tomorrow and the Canada of tomorrow. That's what Quebecers expect of us. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, all this fuss and for what? For a year now, Quebec has been demanding a fair distribution of asylum seekers amongst the provinces. And today, the Minister of Immigration announced that this will not happen and that the task force is coming to an end. There'll be no distribution except for the only two willing provinces, Newfoundland and Manitoba. For them, they understand that forcing Quebec to take in asylum seekers from all over Canada is creating a humanitarian crisis. This is appreciated, but their effort won't be enough. Can the minister accept such a colossal failure? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I stand with the member opposite to help asylum seekers and put a roof over their heads. And I understand the issue of the Quebec, but we are there for Quebecers and we're going to help them fix this problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean. Newfoundland and Manitoba together represent 5% of the Canadian population. And if they do their fair share, Quebec will only be relieved of 5% of their burden of receiving asylum seekers. Neither Quebecers or asylum seekers will notice a difference in the inadequate supply of services. All provinces have to participate. Quebecers don't have to take care of all of Canada's asylum seekers on behalf of Canadians. What is the minister doing to get Canada to stop shoveling its responsibilities onto Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that immigration and citizenship is federal jurisdiction, and we do work with the provinces and territories. If citizenship was provincial jurisdiction, this would be something else, but Canada is still a country today. And the good news that we work very closely and very effectively with the Quebec government on many issues with respect to immigration and welcoming asylum seekers. Things are going well, but when things do go better and better, the Bloc doesn't find this to be such a good thing. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean. Let's talk about the 4 Conservative provinces that refuse to help Quebec. These Conservatives have never done their fair share, refused to take in one single extra person while Quebec receives half of Canada's asylum seekers. Have you ever heard the federal Conservatives ask their people to help Quebecers? We have never. According to the minister, should the federal Conservatives spend more time here in the House telling their people to help with asylum seekers and less time at Florida creationist churches talking against abortion? Once again, I'd like to remind members that questions should be addressed to the government administration. I see that the minister is rising to answer this question, so I will recognize him, the Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I have a lot to say about the Conservatives' hidden agenda, but I'll leave the Conservatives to discuss that. But let's talk about something that's more relevant for Quebec members, at least in this issue. It's in terms of our relationship with the Quebec government. In recent weeks, we made 3 announcements that are cooperative with respect to immigration, with respect to foreign temporary workers, twice about foreign students, and on several other occasions as well. So things will be going better and better.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
The NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. It's reported a mother living in a homeless encampment in London, Ontario said, quote, "I'm a mom of 3 and I'm homeless. I just want to get inside into a warm place before winter so I can get my kids back with me where they belong." Tomorrow, on behalf of all Canadians, there's a chance to break down this costly government so we can build the homes they need. Will the NDP Liberal government let Canadians decide on a carbon tax election?
Let's go. Again, I'd like to remind a member from Timmins James Bay to only take the floor when he's recognized by the chair. The Honourable, and I remind all members, please, to only take the floor when they're recognized by the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Whether it's my community of London or any Canadian community, Mr. Speaker, where homelessness exists, it's unacceptable. It is a tragic situation. Encampments should not exist. And when the Conservatives stand up and raise these points, they do a good thing. What's not a good thing is that they don't have a plan, Mr. Speaker. It's all a sideshow. It's an act on the other side. They don't care about people who are on the street. If they did, they would have something to say on the matter of homelessness. Instead, they use them here as props in the House of Commons. They film them in encampments, post them on social media, but they have no plan. They don't care, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, homelessness is up and tent encampments are up. And in fact, homelessness is up 38% in Canada. There are now 1,400 tent encampments in just Ontario alone. Liberal photo ops won't build the 5.8 million homes that are needed to restore housing affordability in Canada. Tomorrow, on behalf of all Canadians, there's a chance to break down this costly government so we can build the homes they need. So will the NDP Liberal government let Canadians decide on a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I work with that member on the House of Commons committee responsible for housing. I know she's sincere when she raises these points, but her party has no plan, Mr. Speaker. In fact, every single member on the opposite side, when they had a chance to vote in favor of measures to confront the challenge of homelessness, the crisis that we see on our streets, said no. They said no to more supports for communities. They said no to more support for not-for-profits. 87,000 people taken off the street as a result of investments we've made. We have more to do, and we will do it, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and yes, now their time is up. The capital gains tax is yet another job-killing tax on small businesses. Now, Liberals will say it only applies to the top 0.13%, but what the finance minister won't say is that it will not apply to the bottom 99.87%. Tomorrow, the NDP and Bloc have a chance to bring down this costly government by voting for our Conservative non-confidence motion. Will they finally let Canadians decide in a carbon tax election?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes in tax fairness for all Canadians. That's because we believe that a Canadian teacher or nurse should be paying tax at a higher rate than a multimillionaire. That is because we believe that in Canada, you shouldn't be able to tell the size of someone's paycheck by their smile. And that is because we believe that no teenage girl in Canada should get pregnant because she can't afford contraceptives. The way we pay for those essential programs, Mr. Speaker, is through tax fairness. But we know the only thing Conservatives stand for is a hidden agenda of cuts and austerity. That's right.
The honourable member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Now, last week, we learned that the Parole Board of Canada granted day parole to a serial rapist who has been convicted in 2020 for assaulting 5 women. And that parole board, Mr. Speaker, is appointed by this Liberal government. The chair of the board answers to the Liberal public safety minister. So when will the NDP Liberals start locking up violent repeat offenders?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite knows well that the parole board makes independent decisions of government. But, Mr. Speaker, what's sad is that the Conservatives would rather politicize the independence of our judicial system to create fear and fearmonger for their own political gain. Mr. Speaker, they want to undermine our democratic institutions for political gain. All Canadians should be very concerned about the Conservatives and their plans and their cuts in our criminal justice system.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, in Alberta, Conservative cuts to health care have left hundreds of thousands of Albertans without a family doctor, and it is getting worse. 58% of Alberta doctors are planning on leaving the province in the next 5 years. The Conservative plan to privatize healthcare is forcing Canadians to choose between the care they need or having to pay out of pocket. Albertans are Canadians too, and the Canada Health Act is supposed to protect all Canadians. Why do the Liberals sit back while Danielle Smith cuts healthcare for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know for the member opposite and for every member of this caucus, the universal public nature of our healthcare system is essential. It is so critical that we make sure that every Canadian everywhere has access to the care that they need based on need, not based on the size of their bank account. And that's why the threat of Conservative cuts, the attacks they want to make on our health system are so menacing. It's why this House must work collaboratively to ensure we get it done. That's why the investment of $200 billion over the next 10 years in our health system is also critically important.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
And I hope that the Health Minister heeds his words as he looks at taking dental care away from Canadians. The Liberal Minister of Procurement recently threatened Canadians on TV that this government would take away dental care if they don't get their way. It wouldn't be the first time Liberals let Canadians down. Together with Conservatives, they voted no to lowering grocery prices.
Wow.
They voted no to making big grocers pay what they owe, and they voted no to remove profits from long-term care.
Okay.
We know Conservatives will take away dental care from Canadians while they keep theirs. Why are the Liberals threatening to do the same?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member will well know the only party that I'm aware of threatening dental care in this country is the Conservative Party of Canada, who's made it, who will refuse to answer a question. And when you refuse to answer a question, I think you can fill in the blanks, right? They want to cut it. And first they tried to say it didn't exist. Then they said that nobody would sign up for it.
Excuse me. Colleagues. Colleagues. I'm going to invite the Honourable Minister. He would have about 15 seconds left on the clock to continue and finish his answer.
750,000 so far. And the path forward is clear. There is 9 million Canadians that need to be served. There are 9 million Canadians who didn't have coverage. There are 9 million people who the Conservatives don't believe deserve dental care. Well, we do, Mr. Speaker, and we are not going to rest or stop until everyone is covered.
The Honourable Member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, reports of online child sexual abuse rose by 850% in the past 10 years in Canada. Mr. Speaker, our kids deserve better. As a father of 3 young daughters, I am worried about the dangers that lurk online and the lack of robust online safety laws to ensure the protection of our children, who often are at a vulnerable and impressionable age. Can the Minister of Justice please share how he plans to keep our children safe online? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, for Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, parents across Canada are worried about their children's safety online. As a parent, I share their fear. That's why it's crucial that we implement laws dedicated to keeping our kids safe. That's why I introduced the Online Harms Act. Bill C-63 introduces the first ever safety standards for online platforms. It couples duties to protect kids with significant penalties for platforms that don't comply. Mr. Speaker, we have rigorous safety laws to protect our kids from harm in the physical world. They need to be safe online as well. We're creating a safer online world for our kids. It's really unfortunate that Conservatives cannot get on side with this important legislation.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Minister's order is an affront to Quebec's regions. It's yet another attempt by Ottawa to interfere in Quebec jurisdiction. At least 1,400 jobs are at risk, and entire communities are threatened. We Conservatives understand that the impact will be disastrous. Tomorrow, on behalf of all Canadians and Quebecers, we'll have a chance to put an end to this centralizing government. Will the Bloc Liberal coalition let Quebecers decide in an election? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. No plan for the environment, no plan for air quality, no plan for water quality, no plan for the economy, no plan for health. That's the Conservative platform. That's what they have to offer Quebecers. We've done everything we could to try to find solutions to sometimes complex problems. And working with the Quebec government, we've offered almost $500 million working together to try to find a solution, not just for forestry workers, but also to protect the caribou, which the Conservatives are incapable of doing. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the Minister that no amount will compensate for job losses, shattered lives, and social crisis. That's what the order will bring us. What the Bloc calls a gain is really just a temporary break until Christmas. The Bloc is no longer a party of the regions. We have to understand that the only possible gain for Quebec is to bring down the Liberals. Will the Bloc Liberal coalition let Quebecers decide in an election? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. I think that all we're going to see tomorrow in this place is that this House has no confidence in the opposition leader because he has no plan to offer Quebecers for its future, for the economy, for the environment, for jobs. Nothing, nothing, nothing. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, on behalf of Canadians, we'll have a chance to put an end to the most costly and centralizing government in our country's history. A government that's doing Quebec a huge disservice, as the Premier of Quebec said just last week. But the Bloc Liberal coalition is propping up a government that will kill at least 1,400 jobs in the Saguenay and North Shore. It's a disaster just waiting to happen. Why not call an election and let forestry workers decide their own future? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Well, I'd like to remind my colleague that there have been 3 elections since 2015 in Canada where the question of the environment was central to the debate and discussion among Canadians, and we won all 3 elections. Maybe they're not happy about that, Mr. Speaker, but what we're going to see tomorrow in this place is that the House does not have confidence in the Conservative Party or the opposition leader because all they want to do is protect their friends and not the public, whether it's the economy, the environment, or jobs. They have nothing to offer. And now I turn the floor over to the member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the environment, this government is always happy to lecture everyone else, but it's do as I say, not as I do. The government has polluted with all his jet setting, and this government has never been able to meet their own targets. There's a reason the UN ranks Canada 62nd out of 67 countries when it comes to their environmental record, and the Bloc keeps propping them up. Mr. Speaker, the Sovereignist Party is going to help a federalist government. How is that acceptable? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague from the other side, but almost everything he just said is false. Greenhouse gases are at their lowest level in 25 years, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time in our country's history that emissions have gone down when the economy's going gangbusters. The last time emissions were this low, Mr. Speaker, O.J. Simpson was in court, so they have nothing to offer on climate change, nothing to do about inflation, when that cost the Canadians $7 billion this summer. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Guess whose emails and documents the Liberals are trying to hide from Quebecers? Amira El-Gawabi's. Yep, her again. The Information Commissioner had to issue an order to force the department she reports to respond to an access to information request for 3,000 pages of emails and documents. She's not a minister. She doesn't have access to any confidential strategic information, so what does she have to hide? Why are the Liberals so afraid to release her emails and documents to the public? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All government organizations and departments, all crown corporations, all officers, of Parliament have the same responsibility to comply with the Access to Information Act, and we will ensure that this is the case here too. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, we're not getting much from the minister's answer, and we're not really expecting anything earth-shattering in Ms. El-Gawabi's emails. Why are the Liberals refusing to make them public? At best, we'll find out what she's writing and who she's writing to. Maybe we'll find out which groups she consults. Maybe we'll find out what she really thinks about a couple of other things. We obviously don't expect it to be very eye-opening. Frankly, if the Liberals are so afraid of the public knowing what she's writing and who she's talking to, why wait for it to come out in the papers? Why not fire her right now and then scrap her position?
The Honourable Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to an open and transparent government. The request will be released ahead of the extension, given the Information Commissioner. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, costs are up, taxes are up, crime is up, time is up, and now tariffs are up. The U.S. softwood lumber tariffs have just doubled. And what does this Prime Minister do? Does he make trade headlines? No, he's not making headlines, he's making punchlines on late-night TV where he called the softwood lumber issue a small issue that matters. A small issue that matters, Mr. Speaker? It's 400,000 jobs. When is this Prime Minister going to figure out that he's the punchline and that it's time for a Prime Minister who will make this a large issue that matters for all Canadians, their jobs and their paychecks?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad that the member opposite yesterday saw the Prime Minister's appearance on Stephen Colbert, because especially since we know that they get their news from Tucker Carlson. Yep. Canadians who watched last night's interview will know what all Canadians know, that this government stands up for our workers. We stand up for our forestry sector. We will continue to do this work for Canadians and for our workers. The forestry sector contributes enormous jobs to this country, and we will keep doing that work.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Well, Mr. Speaker, lame excuses are also up. The last Prime Minister solved the softwood lumber deal in 80 days. It's been 9 years. And you know why? The last Prime Minister didn't back down. This Prime Minister backs down to Biden, to Obama, to Trump, and the result has been increased unemployment and the risk of another 400,000 jobs in the forestry sector. When this Prime Minister said Canada's back, he meant backed down. Right. Isn't it time for our Prime Minister who will stand up to Canadians once again?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade and Export Development.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to securing trade deals, we're not going to take any lessons from the Conservatives on this. The Conservative Party wants us to ignore the environment. They want us to ignore workers. They want us to sign bad trade deals. You'll remember that in this House that they wanted us to capitulate on CUSMA. We didn't do that. They cheered on Brexit. We didn't do that. And they abandoned Ukrainians when they needed the most and when we negotiate free trade agreements. On this side of the House, we negotiate good deals, not just any deals, and we won't capitulate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from South Shore St. Margaret's is a person who has been on the Hill for a long time. I please ask for his indulgence. The Honourable Member from Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and their time is up. The Prime Minister was on a U.S. talk show last night and dismissed his failures on softwood lumber as a small issue. Yes. This, weeks after the U.S. slapped Canada with a 14.5% tariff on softwood lumber. Since then, 2 more BC mills have closed, putting 500 more workers out of a job. Do the NDP Liberals really think mills closing and losing thousands of forestry jobs is just a small issue?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for International Trade and Export Promotion.
Let me begin by thanking the softwood lumber industry and their workers for the tremendous contribution they make to the Canadian economy. You heard the Prime Minister say this. We are talking about this. This long-term dispute doesn't help anybody, and it particularly doesn't help us build affordable homes. On this side of the House, we're really proud that we are tackling housing. We are building affordable homes, and if we are to solve this issue, it'll make housing affordability, better in the United States and certainly better here in Canada. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, this summer marked an important event, and that was the inauguration of the long-awaited elementary school in Manawan. This is a school that was partially funded by the federal government, and it will allow for kids in the community to learn about their culture in their language. And so I'd like to ask the Minister of Indigenous Services for an update on the government's efforts to invest in the education of Indigenous children in their communities. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member for Pontiac for her work on access to education. Since 2016, we've increased funding for education by 80%. With Budget 2024, we will be building and renovating more than 200 schools in First Nations communities for 35,000 students. Students are more motivated when they can relate to what they're learning. The proof is clear.
From Dufferin-Caledon.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up. Last night, the Prime Minister appeared on The Late Show to pathetically explain why he keeps backing down to American presidents on softwood lumber. He called his failure on softwood lumber a small issue. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of forestry workers have lost their jobs. It's an insult to them. After 9 years of repeatedly backing down to each and every president on softwood lumber, how can Canadians believe they'll ever get a deal to lift these punishing tariffs?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government has stood up to Trump and our government has stood up to Putin. Meanwhile, when Putin told the Conservatives to vote against the free trade deal with Ukraine, they said, okay, fine. And when Trump threatened Canada with 232 tariffs against steel and aluminum, we stood up to the U.S. You know what the Conservatives said? They said that was dumb, and they told us to back down. We did not. We will never back down to bullies. We will always stand up for Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
It's pathetic. That from the government that allowed detonators, Canadian detonators, to end up in Russian landmines that blew up Ukrainian troops. They're a disgrace. They've backed down to Trump on softwood. They backed down from Obama on softwood. They backed down to Biden on softwood. And after 9 years of complete and total failure, tens of thousands of forestry workers have lost their jobs. She didn't even address it. And her Prime Minister insulted them by saying it's a small issue. We know this arrogant Prime Minister won't apologize to the forestry workers, so will they let him judge him in a carbon tax election?
Once again, members, I invite them to be very prudent and judicious in their choice of words. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, when our country faced an existential economic challenge, the threat that our free trade agreement with the United States would be torn up, our government stood up to the U.S. and the Conservatives ran scared. They told us to back down. When the U.S. imposed illegal 232 tariffs on our steel and aluminum, we stood up for Canadians. We imposed countervailing tariffs. The Conservatives told us to back down. Canadians remember that. We will never back down. We stand up for
The Honourable Member from Prince Albert.
When it comes to defending jobs, we would never tell anybody to back down. Only this Prime Minister does that. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, their time is up. Last night, the Prime Minister told Stephen Colbert that his failure to negotiate a deal on softwood lumber and fisheries was a small issue.
Unbelievable.
Seriously, there's been over $9 billion that Canadian companies have paid to the U.S. in tariffs. There's 800,000 direct and indirect jobs on the line. The forestry sector is in a crisis. Yet this Prime Minister has backed down time and time again to 3 different presidents. Why does this Prime Minister show much disdain to Canadian?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, there's only one party in this House that shows disdain to Canadian workers, and it's the Conservative Party of Canada. Time and time again, when our country has had to negotiate trade deals, this government has stood for Canadians. We renegotiated NAFTA. We stood up against the U.S. steel and aluminum tariffs, and we will continue to stand up for Canadian workers in all sectors, including the forestry sector. But, Mr. Speaker, what is up is time for them to stop playing political games and to get down to the serious business of governing this country. That's what Canadians expect. It's time for them to grow up.
Yeah, very good.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago today, our region braced as Hurricane Fiona made landfall. In the aftermath, we learned that this vicious storm had destroyed homes, reshaped our coastlines, and most tragically, had taken lives. The resilience of islanders and all Atlantic Canadians became apparent afterwards as we all came together as neighbours to support each other. On this somber anniversary, I'd like to ask the Minister what ACOA has done to support our region to rebuild, recover, and thrive in the wake of this deadly disaster.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague because when his community was hurting, he was there to help, and our government was also there to help our region get back on its feet. Through the Hurricane Fiona Recovery Fund, ACOA delivered over $300 million to support shellfish producers and farmers, and we rebuilt small craft harbors. We repaired damage in our national parks, and we set up comfort centers for communities to be ready for that next climate event. We will always step up and have each other's back, Mr. Speaker. It was 2 years ago, and it's still true today. We are stronger than the storm.
The Honourable Member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today the Minister of Environment called out the Conservatives for holding a fundraiser with oil and gas executives, which would be great, except that the Liberals over the past year have met with oil and gas lobbyists 5 times a day. It's no wonder that they continue to water down key climate policies and hand out billions in subsidies. CEOs like Suncor's Rich Kruger have never had it so good. On top of all that, they bought him a pipeline. When will the Liberals put a hard cap on emissions, close the loopholes in the industrial carbon price, and make big polluters pay what they owe?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to read a quote from the member from Victoria. The carbon tax is a crucial piece of a climate plan. I'd like to read you another quote from the member from Victoria. The PBO has put out a number on reports that confirm that 80% of Canadians get more money back than they pay. This is a fact that the Conservatives continue to ignore. I think there are a lot of people out there who are very concerned about climate change and who are wondering what's happening with the NDP and who are very disappointed with the fact that the NDP, faced with pressure from the Conservatives and lies and misinformation, caved, Mr. Speaker. We won't cave on this side of the House.
The Honourable Member from Timmins James Bay.
Oh my God. Let's talk about the Liberal price of pollution. We now learn that taxpayers were hit up for $1,200 per household to get the TMX boondoggle built. That's a direct subsidy from Canadians' pockets to Suncor. And this Prime Minister, Sunny Ways man, is responsible for the biggest increases in oil production and emissions in history. No wonder that Richie Rich Kruger from Suncor says the sun is shining on the tar sands. Sunny Ways while our planet burns. So will the Environment Minister at least admit to the world that he had no intention of ever dealing with emissions when he went to COP? He was there to be the front for Suncor and for Imperial.
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say on this side of the House we've seen
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we have seen yet another drop in emissions on a pathway. We are on track to achieve the emissions reductions that we have committed to by 2030 to the international community. But I do think, Mr. Speaker, that many are very concerned about the NDP's backing away of having any credible policy with respect to climate change. And I would say their flip-flop at the behest of the Conservative Party leader on carbon pricing is amazing. The member from Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie said, as New Democrats, as progressives, as environmentalists, we are in favor in putting a price on pollution. I guess they are no longer progressive or environmentalists.
Colleagues, it being 3:19, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Comme il est 15 heures.
As it is 3:19, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Call on the member. The question is as follows.
Ms. Rood, seconded by Mr. Stanley, moved that the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Thursday, May 23, 2024, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald, Avalon.
Mr. McDonald, Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Thompson.
Mrs. Thompson.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Gray.
Ms. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Beltold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Bierson.
Mr. Bierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Simon. Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris. To Sir.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I declare the motion carried.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that because of the recorded division, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpieces at this time will have to readjust the volume. Je désire aviser la...
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume.
One of the orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on a motion with respect to the confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. Before we continue.
Point of order from the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe. Order.
I was hoping to address this to the previous speaker. As we are awaiting, the NDP is awaiting a ruling from him. The member from Carleton's comments last Thursday, he is supposed to put a ruling on that issue as they are still on the record, and they were clearly over the line of what's acceptable in this House. Standing Order 18 very clearly states that the disrespectful and offensive language against a fellow member of Parliament is not permitted. And as we have made very clear, we expect and are waiting for a full apology and withdrawal from the member of Carleton, and we have not yet seen that from the Speaker's office. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Duly noted, and I'm sure there will be a comeback soon. Orders of the day, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity for me to be able to speak on today's Opposition Day motion on behalf of the residents of my amazing riding in downtown West Toronto of Davenport. And this will not be a surprise to you, Madam Speaker. I will not be supporting this motion when it comes to vote. And indeed, what I want to talk about is about the work that we are doing in order to strengthen the economy here in Canada, and more specifically, investments that we are making around artificial intelligence. So today, Madam Speaker, I rise to highlight this government's achievements on artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has incredible potential to transform the economy, improve the way we work, and enhance our way of life. Hold on, just let me put on my timer here. Over the last several years, our federal government has taken a number of actions to support our world-class researchers and innovators and ensure that Canada remains at the forefront of developing and adopting safe and responsible artificial intelligence. In fact, when it comes to artificial intelligence, we've been ahead of the curve in Canada for many, many years now. In 2017, Canada was the first country to launch a fully funded national AI strategy. Through the Pan-Canadian AI strategy, we have helped build a vibrant AI ecosystem in Canada, working with key partners such as the Canadian Institute for Advanced Research, the 3 national AI institutes that are based right across this country in 3 specific spots: Edmonton, Montreal, and Toronto, and Canada's 5 global innovation clusters to build a base of world-class talent in AI, advanced research excellence, and drive the responsible adoption of AI across Canada's economy and society. Madam Speaker, through the Canada Institute for Advanced Research AI Chairs program, we have recruited over 120 of the best and brightest AI researchers in the world. These researchers are advancing research in a range of key areas such as science, health, and energy, as well as the environment. We're also training a strong cohort of next generation of AI leaders. Through the second phase of this strategy, we are building the strong research base with programs that are enabling AI commercialization and adoption. Madam Speaker, the investments that we've made of over $440 million that's made by our federal government under the strategy has resulted in a research and talent ecosystem that is the envy of the world. And we are seeing the positive economic impacts of the investment in the growing number of AI startups and scale-ups across Canada that are taking world-leading positions in their fields. Canada now ranks among leading nations on the Global AI Index, as well as in startup AI activity, venture capital investment in AI companies, talent growth, and research publications. Furthermore, in 2018, the federal government launched the Global Innovation Clusters program, including Canada's AI-powered supply chains cluster Scale AI, representing an ambitious co-investment with industry. Scale AI is creating collaborations across the country to promote intellectual property creation, commercialization, and ensure that Canada's AI business ecosystem remains one of the most vibrant in the world.
For Battle River Crowfoot is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I was listening intently to my colleague's speech on a motion that is a confidence motion on the Prime Minister and the government. And I have yet to hear whether or not she does in fact have or not have confidence related to the motion at hand. So, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member knows that there's a lot of latitude in what members can address in their speeches, and the honourable member is talking about the government's actions. The honourable member for Davenport.
Point of order.
The honourable member for Saanich Grove Island on the same point.
I know it's extremely unusual that I would rise to support the point made by my friend from Battle River Crowfoot, but I do think that we should try for some relevance. Thank you.
Could I have some order? I can't hear the honourable member. The honourable member for Saanich Grove Islands, I couldn't hear her.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so what I'd like to say to the first honourable member who mentioned, first of all, I'm glad he listened so intently, but he missed the intentional indication that I made at the very forefront of my speech that I would indeed not be supporting the Opposition Day motion. And I believe we are talking about confidence in this government. And I would say to you, I have enormous confidence in our government. And I'm showing you an example of why I have so much confidence in this government. And I'm talking about our AI strategy. I see all of this as very relevant. And I'm just going to continue, Madam Speaker. So furthermore, I was talking about how in 2018 the government launched the Global Innovation Cluster program. And this is an ambitious co-investment program with industry that is going to create collaborations across the country that's going to promote intellectual property creation, commercialization, and ensure that we have a very strong AI business ecosystem that will remain the most vibrant in the world. And I will tell you, Madam Speaker, I do believe we have a lot of work to do in terms of creating a culture of IP here in Canada. And I think that we need to continue to invest very strongly in making sure that we are investing in IP education and making sure that we are patenting and trademark our unbelievable ideas that are created here in Canada. Now back to Canada's AI. So to date, Scale AI has announced 151 projects representing a total co-investment of $610 million. These projects have helped Canadian startups launch new products, find partners, and growth. Scale AI supported many Canadian AI successes, such as Routific in BC and AlayaCare in Montreal. With many more projects underway, Scale AI will continue to deliver on the promise of advancing AI innovation and driving economic growth across Canada. As our domestic AI capacity has grown, Canada has leveraged this to shape global norms on AI. With France, we developed and launched the Global AI Partnership on AI in 2020, which is now the premier forum for countries to collaborate and to advance the development of AI for good and for all. With allies in the Council of Europe, we developed the first binding treaty to ensure the respect of human rights, the rule of law, and democracy in the use of AI. And with G7 allies, Canada developed cutting-edge principles and best practices for responsible AI. Madam Speaker, this experience allowed for Canada to be an early mover in developing clearer rules for developing and operating AI systems. In 2022, our Minister of Innovation tabled Bill C-27, which included a component that's subtitled Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. It would be a new law, if passed, aimed at ensuring proper risk management and transparency for AI systems in order to promote trust. This act will ensure that firms developing or deploying AI systems will play critical roles in the lives of Canadians, such as those determining access to credit or employment, that they're all meeting minimum standards for transparency, assessment, and mitigation of risk. This will ensure that Canadians can trust these systems to operate safely and fairly. The Act will create a new regulator, the Artificial Intelligence and Data Commissioner, to oversee compliance with strong penalties for non-compliance. Canada was one of the first countries in the world to introduce comprehensive AI legislation, and many other countries are now going down the same path and following our leadership. With the advances of generative AI that took place in 2022 and 2023, our federal government took action to ensure that businesses have the tools that they need to adopt advanced AI in a trustworthy and a responsible manner. First, our government introduced a voluntary code of conduct on advanced generative AI. This code is voluntary, and those who sign on to it commit to set in place concrete measures, which include expectancy for AI transparency, safety, accountability, and testing. And to date, Madam Speaker, 30 organizations have signed on to the code, and we expect more signatories in the future. And most recently, Madam Speaker, colleagues in our government continued its leadership in this space through Budget 2024, which announced an ambitious package of measures totaling $2.4 billion over 5 years, starting in 2024-2025, to secure Canada's AI advantage. This includes $2 billion in funding for a new AI Compute Access Fund and an AI Sovereign Compute Strategy, $200 million to support the adoption of AI across Canada's economy, and $100 million to support small and medium-sized enterprises that are seeking to develop and scale their AI product offerings. Now, I know, Madam Speaker, I'm reaching the end of my time, and so unfortunately, I don't think I'm actually going to get to the very end of my speech. But what I want to be able to sort of end off to say is that we've laid a strong foundation for future successes to come with the strategy and investment that we've made in AI, and with the support that we're putting into place for our world-class researchers. And now what we're doing, Madam Speaker, is we're doubling down with investments in compute, in adoption, and upskilling to make sure that Canada remains at the forefront of the AI revolution. We are proud of the work that we have done to support Canada's AI ecosystem, and proud of the work that we are doing to protect Canadians as we enter into the digital and AI-enabled age. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important motion today on behalf of my residents of my riding of Davenport, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an interesting fact that food bank usage across this great country has reached its highest peak ever. In Ontario alone, there's 1 million people every single time who visit the food bank, and 2 million people across Canada. I wonder if the member opposite has any comments on the failure of this government to actually deliver on reduced taxes and better affordability for the Canadian citizens.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question and for his concern about food banks. Indeed, the fact that we have more people going to food banks is a huge concern in Canada, and we are rightly concerned about this. I would say to you, though, I'm very proud of our government. Every step of the way, we have introduced a number of measures to try to help support Canadians at every level of income. We have introduced the Canada Child Benefit. We have lower taxes for the middle class and those working hard to achieve it. We have introduced a dental care plan. We have introduced a national child care plan. We have introduced a number of programs to try to help support Canadians through this process. The only question I have, Madam Speaker, is why is it that the Conservatives have voted against each one of those programs? Thank you.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that speech. I don't think you'll be surprised to hear that I'm going to ask about seniors. What we know is that according to the OECD, Canada is the industrialized country with the most significant drop in purchasing power in retirement years. So based on that, doesn't my colleague think that the Bloc's request is reasonable, even if it's $3 billion? That's not even 1% of government spending. Wouldn't it be reasonable to say that seniors who built Quebec, who also built the rest of this country, don't they deserve to be treated well?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question. In my riding of Davenport, we have a huge amount of seniors. I love them all, and I'm very fond of them. I would say to you that ever since we were... So first of all, I'm always in support of more support for seniors, just to let everybody know. But I will say to you that I'm very proud of our record in this House. One of the first things we did is we actually lowered the age of retirement when we were first elected from 67 to 65. We increased the guaranteed income for seniors. And we also have provided an increase of 10% to OAS for those 75 and older. We've provided a significant amount of housing dollars that is actually going to go and support some additional housing specifically for seniors. And we have also introduced the National Dental Care Plan, which is adored by seniors, not only in Davenport, but right across this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when you look at the Canadian electorate right now, I think you can see that about 60% of Canadians are rejecting what the Conservatives are trying to sell. But that 60% they are looking for a progressive standard bearer. And I think it's fair to say, Madam Speaker, that with the by-election losses in Toronto, St. Paul's, and recently in Montreal, there's a big sense of disappointment in the Liberal government, particularly in the Prime Minister. They are looking for bold ideas on tackling climate change, on tackling corporate greed, and they have yet to see that because Canadians really are hurting. Madam Speaker, there were rumblings in the Liberal caucus at the start of summer about confidence in the Prime Minister. I'm just wondering, does this member still have confidence in her leader to actually step up to the plate, meet the moment that Canadians are asking for?
That's right. The honourable member for Davenport.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. This will be the third time I am indicating that I will not be supporting this motion, and I have full confidence in our Prime Minister. I have full confidence in the Prime Minister, and I was going to say in the leader of our Liberal Party, and that's the role he also has. What I would say to you is I'm glad that he mentioned carbon pricing and just innovative, creative ideas. I would say to you that that was a creative idea that we actually introduced when we were first elected in office almost 9 years ago. Carbon pricing, a price on pollution, is a very innovative idea. It is the most effective and efficient way of actually reducing emissions, and I'm very sorry that the NDP has decided to join the Conservatives and not support carbon pricing. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. So I'm here to speak about our non-confidence motion in this Prime Minister and the government. Memory is a faculty that often forgets. And memory can be very short-sighted, but we should remind everyone that this government has doubled the national debt, sent 2 million people to food banks, increased crime, and that is the reality today. But I think we need to refresh our memories about the record of this government over 9 years, because when we say since 9 years, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, after 9 years of this government, if we talk about their record, the number of scandals surrounding the Prime Minister, let's list them all off. There's a whole host of them. First of all, there was the Aga Khan, the trip with the Aga Khan. It was a controversial trip. It went before the Ethics Commissioner. and the Prime Minister was found to be in breach of the ethics code. Then there's the firing of the Justice Minister, Jody Wilson-Raybould, for not helping SNC-Lavalin flout the law. Then there was the We Charity scandal. Remember that? There was $900 million of worth that organization had used to disperse among friends and family, the mother and the brother of the Prime Minister. I could spend a lot of time talking about that, but I'm just trying to jog everyone's memories. Then there's the pandemic management. There were some ridiculous decisions to get rid of our personal protection supplies and masks and send them to China early in the pandemic, and then shortly thereafter we were lacking in those supplies because we'd sent them all to China. And then there's the issue of handing out contracts to Liberal cronies, including a former member, Frank Baylis, whose company provided 10,000 ventilators for $230 million. So you have to scratch your head about that. Is that really what the market price should have been? Actually, it should have been closer to $130 million rather than $230 million. The committee looked into that, and it was pretty hard to justify the price they paid. And worse, the 10,000 ventilators were recently junked. And then there's McKinsey. You all remember the story about McKinsey, Dominic Barton, and other friends of the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party. They got contracts over a certain amount for consulting. And once again, at committee, we scratched beneath the surface. We tried to get information about that. And we all know that those contracts didn't hold water. But it's hard to lay charges. It's hard to accuse anyone of anything, but the public's aware. We know that happened, and we didn't get any answers. And then there's the Governor General. There was a fiasco with the appointment of Julie Payette. Everyone knows that she spent money hand over fist. The staff was mistreated, and we know that that's also part of the Prime Minister's record. And the current Minister of Public Safety admitted that the Payette fiasco demonstrates that we need to strengthen the process around appointing Governor Generals. And what did the Prime Minister do immediately afterward? He appointed a GG who doesn't even speak French. We have two official languages in this country, English and French. English and French. I think everybody knows that. It's been said over and over again, English and French. But once again, completely stupid decisions by this government. They had an opportunity to appoint a Governor General, and they just completely botched it by appointing a unilingual Anglophone. And let's remember the fiasco of the Prime Minister's trip to India in 2017. He wore a bunch of ridiculous get-ups, and everybody saw the pictures all over the country. And what's worse, beyond the completely ridiculous image that he gave our country, but he also brought a terrorist along with him. A former Liberal member had invited a terrorist to join the official delegation in India as part of Canada's delegation. It's hard to imagine. You can't make this stuff up. And then the Prime Minister himself is known for wearing racist get-ups. He's done it so many times that he doesn't even remember himself how many. And then there was the Arrive Can scandal, which was supposed to cost $80,000, and ultimately it cost taxpayers $60 million and counting, and that's another scandal. So every time, it's been 9 years now, it's one scandal after another. And it seems like there's been so many of them, people tend to forget some of them. And then there's the partisan judicial appointments. So this is obviously a delicate matter, but the fact is that it's common knowledge that a number of Superior Court judges paid to meet with the Prime Minister or the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister at fundraising activities for the Liberal Party shortly before they were named to the bench. And then there's the Prime Minister's vacations to Jamaica. And the initial response to the media was that the PM was going to pay out of his own pocket for his family vacations in Jamaica over the holidays. But ultimately, the PMO, initially they said he pays for everything himself. But when you look at it, oh, no, that's not quite true. He was invited by a billionaire to stay with him and his family. So why, once again, why not tell the truth to Canadians? They always play it on both sides. The Prime Minister, I think we have to be clear about this. He's entitled to go on vacation with his family. He's allowed to do that. So 2 or 3 weeks of a year, it's to be expected that the Prime Minister should be allowed to go on a family vacation. But why did the previous Prime Ministers, Harper, Mulroney, Chrétien, and Martin, they didn't go to Billionaire Island, they didn't go to Jamaica, they simply took reasonable vacations. Why does this Prime Minister say, that doesn't matter, I'm going to take a government jet and I'm going to go to these paradise islands? This was all kinds of things like that lead people eventually to lose confidence in a person who thinks that way. And think about Harrington Lake. The government spent $11 million to renovate the facilities at Harrington Lake. But why, they say, oh, the Prime Minister's never there, but why would they spend that much on renovating the place? And then there are other contracts, other bizarre decisions. And once again, these are sensitive matters, but public money was provided to hire consultants who are outright racists.
Laïd Maroff, for instance, is a known anti-Semite. He received millions from the government for work, which is for his anti-racism work. That is, he received $500,000 from the Liberal government. I'll give you another example of a totally crazy decision, hiring Amira Al-Gawabi to supposedly build bridges. But we knew before appointing her that she has made racist remarks about Quebecers. Now, rather than building bridges, she is sowing division and discord. She should be shown the door right now. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't have much time remaining. I've gone through a whole host of Liberal scandals to put things in context, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the current economic situation. Young people are struggling to buy property or to have a home. And also, the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals supported $500 billion in budget appropriations. This Prime Minister has spent more than all other Canadian Prime Ministers in history put together. So these are some of the many, many reasons why we no longer have confidence in this government.
The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this is the issue where the problem lies, where you have the Conservatives' focus is more on character assassination than anything else. When the member talks about reviewing the government over the last 8 years, the things he doesn't refer to at all is things such as no government in the history of Canada has signed off on more trade agreements. When you take a look in terms of other issues related to, let's say, jobs, You know, Stephen Harper did 1 million jobs versus the 2 million jobs in the same sort of years span. You talk about inflation by working with Canadians. Canada is doing exceptionally well in inflation today at 2%, especially if you compare it to the rest of the country. You can talk about the interest rates and how interest rates, Canada is leading the way in terms of seeing the decreases going on interest rates. Canada is not broken, contrary to the messaging that the Conservatives try to consistently say. Why doesn't the member talk about the real issues that are affecting Canadians as opposed to nothing but cheap character assassination shots?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, when it comes to free trade, my colleague behind me was Minister of Foreign Affairs during free trade negotiations. Conservatives negotiated the majority of our free trade agreements. The Liberals just renewed them, renewed agreements which were struck under the previous Conservative government, which was solid. Now, we pay $50 billion a year in GST, and can the member explain how debt has doubled under this government? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. He spoke about scandals. I doubt some of the things the Conservatives say. When we were studying C-319 in committee, all committee members voted for it. But now that things are getting serious, the Conservatives seem to be a bit more hesitant. Here's my question. Can the member please comfort me? Can he assure me that he agrees with increasing OAS for 65 to 74-year-olds? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I thank my colleague for her question. We will support C-319, but the fact remains that the ball is in the government's court. We no longer have confidence in the government for a whole host of reasons. I could go on and on and on for another 30 minutes. So we need to sit down together and solve problems in Canada and Quebec.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member raised partisan appointments. And I just want to say that right now in the United States, women are dying and being charged with murder because of the results of partisan appointments in the U.S. reversing Roe versus Wade. That could happen here, Madam Speaker, if the Conservatives are appointing both senators and judicial. So I want to ask the member, what is the Conservatives' position on the right to choose?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I've said it, I'll say it again, and I could say it again 500 times. Madam Speaker, a Conservative government will not change women's right to choose or women's right to abortion. The Conservative leader has been very clear on this, and he has stated that many, many times. The Liberals, the Bloc, everyone, the NDP, they can calm down because we will absolutely not change that. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. It's very odd to see this motion before the House today. Here's my question for my Conservative colleague. What does he think the role of members here is? Is it not to represent the people in our ridings? Here's what's not clear. We now have two ongoing provincial elections, which have already begun, and all of my constituents say that this Conservative motion is a joke, truly a joke. Now, in provincial elections, Conservatives have no respect. Conservatives here don't seem to have any respect for provincial democracy and elections. A brief reply, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. As I said at the beginning of my speech, you know, memory sometimes fails. I think the member seems to forget the past 9 years of disastrous Liberal governance. We have been a government in waiting for a long time. We're ready. We have no confidence, and we want an election.
Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, 4.5 years ago, on March the 11th, 2020, the World Health Organization declared a worldwide pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. 2 days after that, the House of Commons suspended, and about 10 days after that, on March the 24th, it came back in an emergency session with the goal of passing, this was the government's goal, of passing a piece of legislation, which at that point had not been shared with the House of Commons, that would give the government, among other things, the power to suspend the House for a year and a half. Supply would be guaranteed to the government for over a year until December 2021. The government would have the ability to pass new laws by regulations. That's known as a Henry VIII clause, because Henry VIII did something similar in his reign 500-odd years ago. And we would have seen the suspension of the system that we call responsible government, in which the government of the day is responsible to the House of Commons. We would have seen that suspended for a year and a half. We were told at the time, those of us who were members of Parliament at that time, stay home, it's too dangerous to come to Ottawa, you're risking your own safety and the safety of others. A series of preposterous arguments were presented as to why we couldn't meet, how it would be dangerous. We could, of course, have met at the convention centre and be widely spaced. There were no trade shows on at the time. And I came here, we needed unanimous consent to pass this bill in one shot. So I came here with the intention of denying unanimous consent if no one else would do it. As it turned out, that wasn't necessary, because a number of my Conservative colleagues came here with the same intention, and that was stopped. That attempt to suspend responsible government was stopped. The ability to suspend Parliament's ability, the House of Commons' ability to bring down the government which would have been pushed through, was stopped. And at the time I said, I'm going to come here one day and talk about the importance of the Confidence Convention and the history of it, and the importance of responsible government. And today is that day. I get to talk about that. Let me just read to you what I said in March 24th, 2020. You can find it on my website if you want. Quote, if we are to take our signs from the first draft of Bill C-13, which is to be introduced today, it would appear the government's primary interest is in using the COVID-19 crisis to strip away any parliamentary oversight, whatever, between now and December 2021. 21 months in the future, as it then was. That contempt for democracy, for civil rights, for the traditions that make Canada the great place that it is, and that give Canada its honoured place in the continuum of the world's great democracies, has been the one consistent theme of this government throughout its entire life, starting with the 2015 election of the current Prime Minister and his fallacious, insincere, hypocritical promise that this would be the last election to first past the post. Turned out that it would be the last election to first past the post unless he was faced with the possibility of a system that was not his preferred system, which is preferential, a system which would systematically and predictably favour the Liberal Party. At any rate, here we are, and I want to talk to you today about the concept of non-confidence. In the Westminster style of government, in the model that our ancestors would have called responsible government, which was developed in near synchronicity in the United Kingdom and in Britain's North American provinces in the 4th and 5th decades of the 19th century. This system started with a non-confidence vote that took place on November the 15th, 1830, in the Parliament of Westminster. That vote brought down the administration of the Duke of Wellington, the same Duke of Wellington who defeated Napoleon, and the non-confidence vote of April 7th, 1835, reinforced that principle, bringing down the government of Sir Robert Peel. This model was emulated in the province of Canada by Baldwin and LaFontaine in the 1840s, and also in Nova Scotia, which became the very first jurisdiction in the world, other than the United Kingdom itself, to achieve responsible government. And so, I want to be clear about this, responsible government was all about demonstrating, via the ability to bring forward motions of confidence or non-confidence in the government of the day, responsible government was all about establishing whether or not the government of the day could or could not command a majority of votes in the elected lower house of Parliament or the legislature. Here's how the bronze plaque outside of Nova Scotia's House of Assembly commemorates the event that took place in that jurisdiction. Quote, The first responsible government in the British Empire. For the first time, the Executive Council, which is the formal name in British colonies for what we call the Cabinet, was chosen exclusively from the party having a majority in the representative branch of a colonial legislature on 2nd of February 1848. Following a vote of want of confidence in the preceding council, James Boyle Uniacke, who had moved the resolution, became Attorney General and leader of the government, in other words, the Premier. Joseph Howe, the longtime campaigner for this peaceable revolution, became Provincial Secretary, end quote. The principle that administrations could be replaced by means of non-confidence votes was adopted only a month later in the province of Canada when the Baldwin-LaFontaine ministry was sworn in by the Governor-General, Lord Elgin. And in New Brunswick, it was adopted in May of the same year. As you can see from these examples, there was a time when it was normal practice for confidence motions to result in changes of government without an intervening election. But that time has passed, and it has been the normal practice for well over a century for successful non-confidence motions to be followed by an election with the voters being given the option to give their support in that coming election to the party that has moved the non-confidence motion. This, of course, is what happened in 2006 when a non-confidence motion in the Liberal government of Paul Martin was followed by the election of Stephen Harper's Conservatives. Or the voters can choose to reject the movers of the motion and reaffirm their support for the existing administration, as happened in 2011 when Stephen Harper was elected with an expanded mandate after losing a vote on a confidence motion in the House of Commons. A motion of non-confidence may be preceded by a long preamble, listing the reasons why the government no longer has the support of a majority in the House. It may, like the motion adopted in 2011, hint darkly at the government's real or purported wrongdoings. Here's what the 2011 confidence motion says. Quote, that the House agrees with the findings of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The government is in contempt of Parliament, which is unprecedented in Canadian parliamentary history, and consequently the House has lost confidence in the government, end quote. By the way, that's a fiction. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee had not submitted such a report. I know this because I was in the midst of addressing that draft report when our proceedings were suspended by the vote of non-confidence. The bell started ringing, our meeting suspended. Nonetheless, the vote took place, and there was an election. In 2005, Paul Martin's government was brought down by a motion that simply stated that this House has lost confidence in the government, and today's motion in that tradition says simply, quote, that the House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. Now, there's a sense, Madam Speaker, in which this government has not had the confidence of the Canadian people for some time. I went down and in preparation for my remarks today, I wrote down the percentage of the vote that every victorious party has had in a Canadian election going back to 1958. 2 minutes, Madam Speaker? Okay. So the current government was elected in 2019 with 33.12% of the vote, and in 2021 with only 32.62% of the vote. More than 2/3 of Canadians voted against the current government at that time. So there's a sense in which they haven't had the support of the Canadian people for a long time. This is really bad, Madam Speaker. Do you know that in 1958, this is the year of John Diefenbaker's colossal victory over the Liberals, that at that time, the Liberals, who were defeated, went to their worst defeat ever up to that point in time, had 33.75% of the vote. They got more votes as a percentage than the current government received in either of the last two elections. And what's even more amazing is when you take into account the percentage of people who actually participated, which was 79% back in 1958, and only 62% in the last election, you learn that the Liberals in 1958, in that colossal defeat, had 26.6% of all eligible voters, whereas only 20.3% of eligible voters voted for the current government. So there's a real sense in which this government has not had the support of the Canadian people for some time. And we can see why, based upon its phenomenal record of incompetence. I just want to assert, Madam Speaker, that the time has come to accept the judgment of the Canadian people and to let them give the chance to make the same judgment again and to elect a new government which can bring them the competent governments and the honourable governance that they deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well said. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, it's interesting listening to the member across the way. My recollection of history is that there is only one government that I'm aware of that avoided accountability to the House of Commons and through the House of Commons to the people of Canada, and that was actually Stephen Harper. Stephen Harper, and the member didn't make reference to it, determined to prorogue the House to prevent the House from voting non-confidence. At no point in time, contrary to the impression, the false impression that the member put on the record, has this government ever avoided accountability, even during the pandemic, Madam Speaker. And you will find that the Prime Minister, today's Prime Minister, has virtually answered double the number of questions in the House than Stephen Harper ever did. So it's a bit much to try to make a comparison or to try to say that this Prime Minister is not accountable when in fact quite the opposite is in fact the case, especially compared to Stephen Harper, the Prime Minister that he had served under. Maybe he could provide his thoughts about what had taken place when Prime Minister Stephen Harper prorogued the session in order to avoid a confidence vote.
The Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
I'd be happy to deal with that. First, let me deal with the assertion that the Prime Minister has never tried to avoid facing the House on this issue. What happened on March 24th, 2020 was that the government tried to push through with unanimous consent, hoping that we would be in a panic, a provision that would give it the power to avoid facing a confidence vote in this House for a year and a half, a little over a year and a half. But when the opposition showed some backbone, they were forced to move to a normal process and to have some give and take. And we spent all day going back and forth working on adjustments, and that provision was removed from the legislation. So it was done because the government and the Prime Minister couldn't get away with it, to be clear. With regard to the issue of Stephen Harper proroguing to avoid a confidence vote, the member is almost right. In 2008, shortly after the election, there was a move to bring down the government. The House was prorogued, it came back, and the opposition could then have brought down the government had it so chosen. What it did instead was to propose an arrangement under which the government would spend a certain amount of money on infrastructure in order to deal with the 2008 economic crisis, and there would be periodic reviews of that. And at any of those review points, the government could have been brought down on a confidence motion. Indeed, that was built into the structure of the deal. So all the parties participated, and if the member has a problem with that, he should go back and consult with the members of his party who are present.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Today, they're asking us if we have trust in the government, and my colleague talked a lot about history. He went back to the Second World War when the federal government said it would never be opposed to conscription, even though we did actually see it. And then in 1970, there were 700 Quebecers imprisoned without rights or reason because of the government across the way. And then in 82, it was signed in the back of Quebec. And then Meech Lake, they tried to reinsert Quebec into the Constitution. And all of this was just pushed aside. And now they're asking Quebec if we trust the Liberal government. No, we didn't have it before, we don't have it today, and we won't have it tomorrow. We also don't trust the Conservatives or in the Orange Party. We don't trust anyone in this chamber. The Bloc exists because Quebecers' rights have been violated for 150 years of this Constitution, and this won't be solved today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
Madam Speaker, I think that was more of a comment than a question. Thank you.
Brief question from the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm thinking about the cuts. Conservatives cuts to healthcare transfers, cuts to science investments. They're now looking at cuts to pharmacare, cuts to dental care. The member likes history, so I'd like to know, why do the Conservatives have such a history of cuts?
For Lanark Frontenac Kingston, a very brief answer.
I think the member is mistaken about the list of cuts she gave, but I do think that my party, under our current leadership and under hopefully some of our other leaders in the past, has demonstrated a a concern for making sure that we don't spend money we don't have, we don't promise to spend on programs we can't actually finance, and we don't engage in the kind of wishful thinking that will create unsustainable programs that the Liberals have gone down. I think we'll try to make sure that every program we commit to, every kind of social spending, is properly funded so that it can be carried on sustainably into the future.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame President. I will be splitting my time with the honourable colleague from Richmond Hill and my fellow York Region colleague. Madame President, speaking today, obviously, on an important topic that the opposition has brought forward. And what I would like to say in the time allotted today is, first off, Canadians have been through a lot over the last several years. And to say that, to put that in context, Canadians have gone through a global pandemic. And this pandemic was a once-in-a-lifetime event, a once-in-100-year event. And that obviously took the toll on Canadians. A massive component of our economy was frozen. Kids needed to stay home, businesses were shut, and our government was there to support Canadians, Canadian workers, Canadian businesses, and yes, we invested in them during this time to ensure when the pandemic finished that the Canadian economy would exit the downturn caused by the pandemic as quickly as possible and people will get back to work, and that is exactly what happened, Madame la Présidente. Of course, with that, and after the pandemic, we had the war in Ukraine, the first time in 80 years that war has been brought back to Europe. Supply chain snarls, and with that global inflation, and we've seen across the world where global inflation took effect because of supply chain bottlenecks, because of the demand that was created during the pandemic, because everyone was stuck at home, and the demand that was created subsequently, and because of geopolitics, of course. And now we are at a point where the Canadian economy, inflation has returned back to 2%, the target's bank range. Excuse me, Madam Speaker, Madame la Présidente. Interest rates are coming down. We've seen the Bank of Canada cut 75 basis points. Today, the governor indicated that further potential cuts will come down the road. My personal opinion as an economist is that the Bank of Canada will continue cutting rates through this next series of meetings. And if I had to provide a forecast, between probably an additional 150 to 225 basis points and probably near the 200 basis point range. But where does this leave Canadians? Because we know Canadians have endured a lot. Global inflation, COVID, wars going on, the uncertainty in the world. Well, Madame la Présidente, we have had the backs of Canadians and we will continue to do so. Why is that, Madame la Présidente? Because we have put in place transformational pillars to strengthen our social safety net, create the conditions for economic growth and wealth creation and job creation, and move the country forward. So when I think about the Canada Child Benefit, which we put in place in 2015, which now sends nearly $30 billion in payments to families across the country, including nearly $100 million, over $100 million in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, helping tens of thousands of kids in my riding, tax-free monthly, no longer sending checks to millionaires, correct? Lifting almost 400,000 kids out of poverty. Substantive measures. We think of now the Early Learning and National Daycare Plan, where in the province of Ontario, fees have been reduced 52.7%, and working in collaboration with the Progressive Conservative government in Ontario, we will see $10 a day daycare on average by September of 2025. And we know it's working, Madame la Présidente, because my daughter's in daycare and we've seen a reduction where our family, who is blessed with much, and I have much gratitude for our blessings, have seen over $10,000 in after-tax savings. Those are real savings for families. And then we've introduced the Canadian Dental Care Plan, where 750,000 Canadians who could not afford and access a dentist or have gone to one. Measures that help Canadians. Now, Madame la Présidente, we must create the economic conditions to ensure that we can afford these generous programs, much like increasing old age security by 10% to over 3 million Canadian seniors aged 75 plus. Made a real difference
in the pockets of Canadian seniors. Madame la Presidente, I like to refer this decade, despite some of the headwinds we face, and we know the opposite party has a notion of what Canada is. I have my own notion, so I'll disagree with them. I believe Canada is the best country in the world. I'll repeat that. I believe Canada is the best country in the world. Not because we're perfect. Yes, we're a work in progress, but I don't think, and I know this, there are millions and millions of people who would move here tomorrow morning, and I would rather not live anywhere else, like to vacation in some other places where it may be sunny, but this is the best country. And Madame la Présidente, this is Canada's decade. When we think about what we've put in place as a government, working with unions, working with industry, this is Canada's decade. Yes, interest rates are descending. Yes, consumer confidence in Canada has hit a 29-month high, according to Bloomberg Nanos. But you think about our strategic investments in artificial intelligence, in electric vehicles, in the critical minerals and the supply chain for electric vehicles, where Bloomberg NEF has rated us the #1 country in the world, #2 depending on the year versus China, but #1. You think of our investments in Canadians, in learning. So you put all those measures in place, working with the provinces on our electricity system, a competitive advantage in the sense that over 90% or almost 90% of Canada's electricity system is green. Working with companies in Alberta, Dow Chemical, the $10 billion investment, Lind, $2 billion investment, supporting Atlantic Canadians, ensuring that electricity rates remain low to remain competitive and attract industry. Madame la Présidente, this is truly Canada's decade. Looking around the world, we have what the world wants. We have the energy, we have the natural resources, we have the human capital. Looking at the sectors around the world, whether it's the advantage in Alberta on feedstock, whether it's British Columbia and the human capital that is powering that province forward in its film industry, whether it's here in Ontario with regards to the electric vehicle sector, whether it's with regards to the fintech sector, looking at the province of Quebec, and the aerospace industry, which transcends many parts of the country. We have what the world wants. And Madame la Présidente, we're doing it in a way where our fiscal finances, our budget, is the envy of the world. We have a 1% deficit to GDP ratio. The United States and the European countries have a 7% deficit to GDP ratio. Madame la Présidente, we have a AAA credit rating. It matters. Our borrowing rates are actually lower than most of the G7 countries, if not the lowest. Yes, Madame la Présidente, we have challenges. We have issues. Absolutely. Canadians know that. That is what governing is about, taking on tough challenges, and we'll continue to do that. But this fundamentally is Canada's decade. I truly believe in that. As we go forward, we are projected to lead economic growth in 2025 in the G7. Our finances are probably the best, if not the best, in the G20. Thank you, Madame la Présidente. So when I think of the programs we put in place, the Canada Child Benefit, which is helping millions and millions of kids and families and lifting kids out of poverty, the early learning and national daycare plan, which we've seen a 53% reduction. And if you speak to daycare operators in the province of Ontario, because remember, we're the funding partner, and then the Progressive Conservative government in Ontario actually operates the program in my region through York Region. The demand for daycare spots has gone up. So you know what, Madame Speaker, we've responsibly said we will provide those loans and those incentives and grants for daycare operators to expand spaces. On the daycare plan, over 8,000 seniors or 8,000 individuals, residents in my riding, have now been approved for dental care. And I don't think any government wants to take away dental care from the seniors and vulnerable Canadians, do you? I don't think any government will take away the National Daycare and Early Learning Program from any other government. Quebec has had it for many years. Would any party in this room, in this House, go to the province of Quebec and say, you have to remove your National Early Learning and Daycare Plan? I don't think so. Or I would love to hear from the opposite aisle. So, Madame la Présidente, this is Canada's decade on the economy, on our social programs, on making it this truly what we call inclusive economic growth. And we will see those flowers bloom, absolutely. Inflation is at 2%. Rates are coming down. Consumer confidence is increasing. It's going to take time, but Madame la Présidente, we are there. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I was fortunate enough to be able to door knock in the summer, and Vaughan Woodbridge, the member opposite's riding, and certainly the constituents there do not have confidence in the Prime Minister. But my question to the member is, for over a year, he has been contacting folks on this side of the House via text and phone, asking if there is a spot for him in the Conservative Party of Canada. So today he says he has confidence in his government, yet he wants a spot over here. So why would we believe anything he has to say?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I will not entertain the member's question. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to change roles and ask my colleague a question because it's not clear why should we still trust the Liberal government and this Prime Minister? Thank you.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's really important. I said in my speech that Canada's
decade, because I fundamentally believe, Madame la Présidente, and I speak to my colleague on the other side of the aisle, that we are positioned very favorably within the context of what's going on geopolitically, in the context of the world economy, our investments in AI, or electric vehicles, agriculture, you name it, the sectors, aerospace industry, which I know is a leader in Quebec, the aluminum sector and decarbonization of the aluminum sector in the province of Quebec, the decarbonization of the steel industry here in Canada as well. In Ontario, we are positioned uniquely. We will be a leader in the economy, and we will generate what's called inclusive.
I have to give time for more questions. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I think some of the Liberals' current troubles are due to the fact that they are lacking in big, bold ideas right now. And I'll give one example. You know, Canadians are really suffering, but at the same time, certain corporate sectors have never had it better. And I'll highlight oil and gas in particular, because the period from 2019 to 2022, their gross profits, their net profits, went up by over 1,000%. So we can see where Canadians' paychecks are going. They're going straight to the coffers of big corporations. And the Liberals have subsidized those oil and gas companies with a new pipeline, direct subsidies to them. They pay a fraction of the carbon tax. So through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague, where are the big, bold ideas from the Liberals at this time of crisis? This is tailor-made for big, bold, progressive ideas, and the Liberals have been lacking on that front.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I would like to say to the member from the Democratic Party, who comes from my home province of British Columbia, we have seen greenhouse gas emissions. That's the goal, to lower them. We are seeing they are coming down. Our plan is working. This is a transition, Madame la Présidente. We know this is a transition in terms of moving to renewable energy from non-renewable energy. The transition will take a period of time, and we know we will continue to use non-renewable energy sources for a certain period of time, of course, for years to come. We know that also markets around the world need secure energy suppliers like Canada. We are blessed with it. We'll utilize that. We'll utilize this industry. And we cannot forget about the 800 to 900,000 Canadian workers who directly work for the energy industry. We will need to support them. We will continue to have their backs. And Madame la Présidente, the renewable industry is growing in Canada. It's growing around the world. You can see from the IEA reports how much is coming on stream. It's great to see in Canada, again, is a leader in position for this decade. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That wasn't the question the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford asked. What he asked was specifically about the tens of billions of dollars that the oil and gas industry has made by gouging Canadians at the pumps. I asked about this last night. I'll ask about it again now because the governing party should have better answers on addressing the affordability crisis and addressing climate at the same time. They can do it by putting a windfall profit tax on these excess profits and use that money to make life more affordable for regular folks, like investing in public transit. Can the member for Vaughan Woodbridge speak to what can be done that we can work together to work towards reasonable solutions to address affordability, like a windfall profit tax on oil and gas?
The Honourable for Vaughan Woodbridge, a very brief answer.
I thank the Honourable Member from one of the Kitchener ridings for their question. The Honourable Member mentioned public transit, and we have put in place a $3 billion annual public transit fund for projects across the country to get people moving faster to work and faster to home. It's a great investment that we're making, and I'm glad we're doing it. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge, who actually framed his remark by saying that indeed this is Canada's decade. And he so eloquently, as my other colleagues for the past hours or so, have talked about many aspects of why it's Canada's decade, whether it, on the economic front, whether it was on the environmental front, or whether it was on the social front. However, there is another dimension to why this is indeed Canada's decade, and it was not like that a decade before. Therefore, it gives me truly an honor to rise in the House today to speak about our government's accomplishment and the important work that we are doing and continue to do each and every day. Let me take a moment to reflect on the aspect that I was talking about, the progress made on the path to reconciliation. And I think the work that our government has done on that also should be recognized as why it is Canada's decade. Let's remember where we were in 2015. After a decade of Harper and Conservatives in power, the state of the relationship between Canada and Indigenous people was extremely tense. Let's remember Idle No More, when Indigenous people and Canadians joined together to protest across the country because Stephen Harper refused to listen to them. The courts have already ruled that the Conservative continued to systematic underfunding of First Nation communities when it comes to critical infrastructure like water treatment plants. Is it any surprise that there were 105 long-term drinking water advisory in place by the end of their mandate a decade ago? You might say that this is in the past, that the old Conservative Party is different. But let's remember that the leader of the opposition was not only a member of this government, but was minister responsible for housing in that government. And his record speaks for itself. Number 6. From 2011 to 2015, the Harper government did not make a single new investment in First Nation housing. And the Conservative leader, $300 million boondoggle First Nations housing program only managed to build 99 homes on reserves. Let's remember the colonial and oppressive policies by their government that devastated communities by separating children from their families and culture for generations. Let's remember the disproportionate violence that the Indigenous women and girls experience, and they continue to do to this day. In 2015, the Prime Minister promised to transform this relationship. The Prime Minister said, no relationship is more important than relationship with the Indigenous people. And we have seen the proof of that over the last 10 years. And we've been working hard, we've been working very hard ever since to honor our commitment to the path of reconciliation. Allow me to cover some of the aspects that we've been focusing on. Allow me to start first expanding our initiative in the housing. We are the first government to work side by side with the Indigenous partner to assess the scope and the scale of housing and infrastructure need on reserves. Side by side. Co-developing a 10-year housing and infrastructure strategy is our government's priority. Following the lead of the partners, we've supported the construction, renovation, and retrofit of more than 36,000 homes in First Nation communities, as well as 9,000 infrastructure projects. And I repeat, 9,000 infrastructure projects to ensure families are housed safely. We are creating tangible, lasting, Indigenous-led solutions to close the gap and build strong, healthy communities. Madam Speaker, another aspect that I'd like to cover is the crucial, it's also crucial in building strong, healthy communities in long-term access to clean water. And if you recall earlier, I talked about 2015, we started with 105 advisory. Water in life and everywhere needs equitable access to clean water free from pollution. Since 2015, we've supported First Nation drinking water infrastructure and operation, and as a result, First Nation receive on average over 3 times more annual funding for water and wastewater system compared to the previous Conservative government. If you want numbers, $492 million versus $162 million respectively. 95% of communities do not have a long-term advisory, and we've helped lift 145 long-term drinking water advisory and prevented over 275 short-term advisory from becoming long-term. There's also a plan and project team in place working towards a lift in 30 communities with remaining long-term drinking water advisories. After years of collaboration with First Nation partners, we've introduced the First Nation Clean Water Act to hold government accountable to invest what's needed in water infrastructure, to create the tool First Nation need to manage their own water system and protect the lakes and rivers they draw their water from, to ensure First Nations have clean drinking water for generations to come. Madam Speaker, and now we're listening to all perspective from First Nation partners at the committee on how to improve the bill. I hope all parties will support this important legislation and ensure it goes through the parliamentary process without any delay. Another aspect, Madam Speaker, that I'd like to talk about is to highlight our advancement in child and family services. We vowed to do hard and work hard, but important work to address the harmful impacts of child and welfare systems on First Nation, Inuit, and Métis community. Bill C-92 became law on January 1st, 2020, and it clearly affirms the Indigenous people have the right to decide what is best for children, their families, and their communities. We continue to work with several communities and provincial government to restore these inherent rights, ensure continued long-term funding to our child and family services. Just 2 weeks ago, the Minister of Indigenous Services joined GNN to sign a coordination agreement that affirms their jurisdiction over child and family services. This is the 10th community to reign control over their own child and family services, with more on the way, Madam Speaker. This is a pivotal moment for reconciliation. We are closer than ever to shifting the power back to the Indigenous people for a better child and family services. For GNN and eventually more communities, it means that the children will grow up and stay close to their families with services they need, surrounded by the love and the care that they need. If I had more time, I would have talked about the education, the work that we are doing. Nearly 25,000 students in 5 provinces are in culturally appropriate education program right now through 10 agreements that's been done. I would have talked about the economic reconciliation path that we are in, and the work that our Minister of Indigenous Services has done, and the forum that was hosted in February. But, Madam Speaker, I am out of time, so I'll conclude. Madam Speaker, Canadians should be proud of the progress made on the path to reconciliation. But we know there is still a lot more work to do. A flame has been ignited, but it is fragile and needs nurturing. Without care, it could be extinguished by reckless cuts and indifferences. We cannot forget the Conservative voted against funding for Indigenous priorities during the marathon votes. Conservative have told us exactly where they stand, and it's certainly not with Indigenous people. Most Canadians have already left these colonial attitudes in the past. Today, our government is focused on building a system where everyone has a fair chance to succeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had the opportunity to say a number of times that we didn't have confidence in the Conservatives, and with good reason. So I'd like to raise some contradictions. On the one hand, we have a government that claims to be the champion of free choice on something so personal as a woman's choice about what to do with her body, and including under Section 7 of the Charter and Section 2 of the Charter, a woman's right to freedom of conscience and to security, life, liberty, and security of the person. But they are not champions of free choice when it comes to something as personal as one's own death. For example, they're holding up the advanced requests for people who are suffering with and will ultimately suffer from dementia. So that's why we can't have confidence in a government that's disconnected from people. 91% of Canadians and Quebecers are in favor of those advance requests. How do they justify blocking from the option, blocking people from having the option to make a decision about this is something so personal when they've gone beyond what's bearable? The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
My colleagues talking about the freedom of the choice, and this gives me a great opportunity to actually highlight our pharmacare bill that's been introduced, and a part of that is free contraceptive, which we're able to give the choice that the woman would like to make in their life. But going back to the point of advance request, if it was that easy and it was not complicated, it would have been done. And I take point with the fact that the honourable member mentioned that 91% of Canada is in support of that. Maybe that 91% of Quebec is in support of that, but that's not definitely 91% of Canada. And we are working very, very hard, both in this House and in Senate, with key members to ensure that every aspect and unintended consequences of that bill is taking, that advance request is taken into account. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Griswold.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. And it's no doubt that the Conservatives have treated Indigenous people in this country with such immense malice, whether it was from the water legislation that ultimately was defeated in court because it failed to deliver clean water, whether it was Child and Family Services that Conservatives continue to pump money into while families continue to get broken. It is no question that the Conservatives were brutal in their time to Indigenous people. But I have to make and correct the record by the member from the Liberal Party who mentions that they've served Indigenous people to the maximum extent to which they could possibly do. I want to correct the record on that because it's been time and time again that several promises that this government has made have been broken, whether that was CFS reform, Child and Family Services, trying to reform that by way of Bill C-92, which many nations still today cannot access because of the lack of funding, whether that's the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women Girls Inquiry, where it would take generation to actually implement all of those calls to action at the pace this government is going, or the failure in trying to ensure that clean water in Indigenous communities is actually delivered by way of a comprehensive clean water strategy. And lastly, on housing, as the New Democratic Party's critic for Indigenous housing, we have seen less than 1% of all allocated funding for Indigenous housing not go out the door. Less than 1%, Madam Speaker. That's shameful in a housing crisis. In my community of Edmonton-Griesba, for example, we're seeing 4,011 people go unhoused or without stable housing as of July. Madam Speaker, this is a crisis manifesting in Indigenous communities that is then being transitioned to poverty in our streets. This member, how can he explain the massive difference between his party and the Conservatives that continue to treat...
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his passion and advocacy for the Indigenous community. Madam Speaker, I will reiterate what I said in my closing remarks. A flame has been ignited, but it's fragile and it's nurturing. And this is really where I like to respond by saying, do we have a lot more work to do? Absolutely. Do we have a lot more consultation to do? Absolutely. Do we need to work with our partners and different Indigenous communities and organizations as well as provinces to ensure that we give the supports that needed? Yes. Do we need to make sure that we also build the capacities that we can hand over the various economic and aspect to the Indigenous group? Yes. We have a lot of work to do, and we are committed to do that. And we ask on his support for doing that. Thank you.
Conformément à l'article 30.
It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Public Services and Procurement, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, Finance, the Honourable Member for Portage, Lisgar, the Economy. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to split my time with my friend and colleague from Fundy Royal. Madam Speaker, we live in the best country in the world, and I don't even recognize it anymore. That's why we're here today. We talk about a country that's deeply broken at this juncture in the House as we speak about confidence in the Prime Minister because of what's happening outside of this House, because of what's happening in every city right across the country, because of housing prices that have doubled, the price of rent that has doubled, the price of a mortgage payment that has doubled after 9 years, and photo ops from this Prime Minister and his housing plans. We talk about drugs, chaos, disorder in our streets to levels I've never seen before. That's why I say I don't recognize this country anymore. I don't recognize the city that I grew up in. With tent encampments, 1,800 in Ontario alone, popped up in places that they'd never been before. With people who are not just down on their luck. There was always tent encampments. But these are middle-class Canadians who now can't afford a place to live. This is not the country I grew up in. This is not the country that my parents chose to make home. You see, there was a deal in this country. And when my parents came to this country, when they chose to make Canada home, my father was an uncredentialed engineer who ended up driving a taxi to put his wife through school, to make sure that he can buy a home in a safe neighborhood for his family. It's exactly what he did, and he sent 2 kids to school and made sure that in 1 generation, you can go from the front seat of a taxi to the front row of Parliament Hill. That's the dream of this country. Today, you cannot do that. And when I say I don't recognize this country, I don't recognize it because 9 out of 10 young Canadians don't ever believe they will own a home. That the drugs, the chaos, the disorder in our streets are being pumped up by this Prime Minister who is allowing people to languish right in front of us, who isn't providing the care and the support by drowning them in excessive taxes, making their lives unaffordable, who is feeding their own addiction, their own affliction of addiction with taxpayer-funded drugs, creating a street-level palliative care that nobody in this country ever dreamed of seeing in the streets. And that's not just in the downtown east side of Vancouver. I've seen that for many, many years. I saw that 20 years ago. But it's now in every single city, everywhere in the country. We have a Prime Minister that continues to lean on. This is a Prime Minister that has spent more than every Prime Minister combined. This is a Prime Minister who continues to hang his hat on a carbon tax, on quadrupling the carbon tax to go to 61 cents a litre. And not only that, it is going to cost our economy $30 billion in lost GDP. The situation is dire in this country. We have the lowest per capita GDP, not just now, but for the next 30 years. I know it's a fact that they don't admit, but they printed it in their own budget. The lowest GDP per capita. We're squandering opportunity in this country. We have everything we need below our feet. We've got the smart, industrious Canadian people who can build pipelines, who can work in mines, who can deliver the critical minerals that we need, for a government that says everybody's going to drive a Tesla by 2035. We have everything and we squander that opportunity. We've got the smartest people in the world. We have enough food to feed ourselves for a generation. We have enough of what we need below our feet: natural gas, liquefied natural gas, lithium, cobalt, to displace the dictator oil that is being sold to those on the other side of the world whose wars are killing our very own people. We are an embarrassment on the world stage. We no longer sit at the table. We no longer even sit at the kids' table. They just don't even call us anymore. We have a prime minister who has lost moral clarity in issues that I thought were really clear in this country, with long-standing Canadian policy thrown out the window. It's sad to watch what has happened in this country, and it's exactly why we've put forward this motion today. A motion that is now supported by the NDP leader, who last Monday came out with a video, a huge production, saying, "I'm ripping up the agreement. We're not friends anymore. We're having a breakup." And it was a very public breakup until Thursday. Thursday, they got back together. They taped up the agreement. Little bit of weirdness where he said, after voting 24 times to increase the carbon tax, he says that he's no longer for the carbon tax, but I'm not sure where that is today. This is a government, this is an NDP leader who is constantly trying to pretend to hold this government to account, that says that they ripped up the agreement, that put the agreement back together, who's going to vote to keep this prime minister in power. He's going to vote against the workers that he once pretended to represent in this place. He's going to work against the constituents in his riding and all the riding of his members who want to see this prime minister go. I'm not the only one that hears it. I've been out everywhere this summer, and the refrain is very similar. The refrain is even similar in Quebec. It's time for this prime minister to take a walk in the snow, or take a walk in the sand, or go surfing, or play piano in the middle of a bar drunk before another eminent funeral. That's what the prime minister's, that is frankly what the prime minister is doing right now, as he is not in this place in New York City. The Prime Minister is at the UN General Assembly representing the country, probably checking out the $9 billion condo. There is so much that this government owes to Canadians, so many explanations. Why they spent $67 million on a program to collect guns from people and haven't collected a gun. Why they cannot stop the car theft by putting in these scanners in the ports. Why they turn out repeat violent offenders onto the streets moments and minutes and hours after they commit crimes. Why he hired an anti-Semite to provide anti-racism training to the government of Canada. Why he appointed a human rights commissioner that he had to fire before even starting because he too was an anti-Semite. These are just a few, and I only have 10 minutes, but we can go through a litany of this government's failure to the Canadian people. But this is a country that I think every member in this House, every member on this side of the House has faith in fixing. And with the member from Carleton as the next Prime Minister, we are going to axe the carbon tax on every single family, everywhere in this country, and for good. No more 61 cents a litre, no more loss of $30 billion to our economy. We're going to bring in a middle-class tax cut for workers in this country to make sure that they can take more of their paycheck home and make decisions on their own. We're going to bring in a dollar-for-dollar law. Every dollar spent in this government, we'll find a dollar of savings, and we are going to cut the massive amounts of waste and corruption from that side of the House. We are going to stop the crime by stopping the repeat violent offenders from getting out on bail the second that they get in there, and make sure that they can't serve their sentence in mom's basement while they think about what they've done, only to do it again. And I believe that if other members of this House had any courage, they would understand what Canadians are saying. They would understand that Canadians want a carbon tax election, and I would ask that members of this House finally put it to Canadians and give them the carbon tax election that they want.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very quick, short question to my honourable colleague across the way. It would appear that based on announcements that were made even last week, that today's debate isn't about confidence in the government, it's about confidence in the official opposition. What do our colleagues in the Bloc and the NDP know, and why does the member think that they're not going to support the initiative that the Conservatives have put forward?
Member for Thornhill.
What are you talking about? This is about confidence in the Prime Minister. The House is going. We're arguing that the House has lost confidence in the Prime Minister. I know that I have lost confidence in the Prime Minister. I've just laid out why. I just don't understand why the member doesn't agree.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Del Golem and the leader of the Conservative Party, they're obsessed with the throne. In fact, there are 125 questions a week, but I've never heard a single question to protect supply management. I've never heard the Conservative Party leader ask a single question about advance requests for medical assistance in dying. In fact, he might even be against it. I've never heard him ask a single question about increasing the buying power of seniors, the purchasing power. Then people wonder why Quebecers don't want a Conservative government any more than they want a Liberal government, and people wonder why they vote for the Bloc Québécois.
It sounds like that member has a problem with the Liberal government, and yet his leader is going to force the entire party to vote to keep this Prime Minister in power, to keep the highest spending Prime Minister in power against the wishes of Quebecers, against the wishes of the Quebec Premier, and certainly against the wishes of his own constituents.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Thornhill spoke about encampments. There are encampments right downtown Kitchener. The number of folks living unsheltered has tripled in recent years, and so I share with her that concern. But let's not pretend that this only started in the last 9 years. It's been 3 decades of Liberal and Conservative governments who've alternated taking turns underinvesting in affordable housing, and what do you know, all of a sudden, a crisis emerges as a result. Both governments, provincially and federally, have put more and more incentives in place for large corporate investors like real estate investment trusts to buy up housing in my community, raise the rents, and rent evict folks. And so if the member for Thornhill is looking for support to not have confidence in this government, what can she share about truly addressing the affordability crisis when it comes to housing, which involves investing in housing the way we used to decades ago and addressing the financialization of housing in this country?
For Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, the member opposite should just take a look outside. There's 258 tent encampments in Toronto alone, 50 that are new this summer, and that's a direct result of the punishing costs of the carbon tax and a housing plan that has doubled the cost of housing right across the country. We've been very clear. We're going to force municipalities to approve more housing, and if they don't, we'll penalize them if they don't. We're going to reduce carbon taxes so building costs of the building materials can be lower. Those are the real solutions, and instead of supporting this government blindly, he should open his eyes and look at all the tent encampments in his own riding.
Comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I took note of the member's comments when she was talking about the toxic drug crisis. You know, when the Standing Committee on Health visited the epicenter in the downtown east side for 2 days, not one single Conservative MP bothered to show up to speak to on the front lines personnel and medical professionals and people with lived experience. Because if they had showed up, they would have heard a narrative that completely blows up what they're trying to pursue here in the House of Commons. So my question to you, Madam Speaker, to my honourable friend, they go on and on about tackling harm reduction and safe supply. Is compassionate conservatism now about letting people play Russian roulette on the streets with toxic-laced drugs?
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, thank God that member wasn't in charge of drug policy when I myself had to get help. Thank God my family was around me with support. Thank God there was no safe supply, because like so many others, 47,000 people in this country that have died because of these failed drug policies, I'd be dead too.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion that we're debating today is pretty simple, but the effects it's having on Canadians from coast to coast is profound. The motion says that the House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. And, Madam Speaker, that's not just what we're saying here as a Conservative caucus, that we don't have confidence in the Prime Minister. That's what I'm hearing in my riding of Fundy Royal, where people now are hurting in ways that they were not hurting before this Prime Minister came along. Under this Liberal government over the last 9 years, we've seen some absolutely astronomical increases in the misery that Canadians are facing. And I want to just speak to a few of those. These are the facts, Madam Speaker, and Canadians are aware of these facts. In spite of what the Prime Minister will say to try to change the channel, Canadians are smart and they're attuned to what's happening around them. And they know that this government's policies are hurting them and hurting their ability to put food on their table, to pay their mortgage, to pay their rent, and to keep their house heated, to put gas in their vehicle. Everyday Canadians are aware of the impact of this government's reckless actions. So just a few of them, Madam Speaker. Under this government, in 9 years only, they have doubled the debt of this country. They have doubled housing costs. Mortgage payments are double. Rent payments are double. They've caused the worst inflation, Madam Speaker, in 40 years. They have sent 2 million people to the food bank. You know, food bank usage has risen every year for the last 9 years. And that is every year that this government has been in power. Every year they've added to the misery facing Canadians. I know from coast to coast, we used to look at parts of Vancouver and see the tent cities that have risen up there, and we used to see that as something that was unique to that area. But now, whether you're in St. John, New Brunswick, or Moncton, or Fredericton, or Halifax, anywhere from coast to coast, Madam Speaker, we're seeing tent cities. We're seeing an increase in the misery that Canadians are facing. Canadians have been forced to pay more for gas, groceries, and home heating thanks to this completely out-of-touch Liberal carbon tax. Think about it, Madam Speaker. At a time when people are struggling and having to make choices between heating their home, putting food on the table, filling their cars so they can get to work, heaven forbid if their kids are playing hockey or into other sports and they have to transport them in their vehicle, Canadians are stretched to the limit. But what does this government do? What does this Prime Minister do? It says, no, Canadians aren't paying enough. You know, even though the carbon tax is hitting people at 20 cents a litre, that has to go up. That has to go up eventually to 61 cents per litre increase. In April alone, the Prime Minister increased the carbon tax by 23%. As part of his plan to quadruple the tax to 61 cents per litre by 2030. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to read this. According to the Fraser Institute, this will end up costing average Canadian worker $6,700 per year and result in 164,000 fewer jobs. And, you know, the constituents that I'm talking to, their views are being reflected across the country in the by-election results that we've seen this Prime Minister. 3 by-elections in a row, he's lost. But the conclusion the Prime Minister comes to is it's not that he's wrong, it's that Canadians are wrong. And that's always his default because he believes that he knows best and he's always right, and everything that we're facing is somebody else's fault. Well, Madam Speaker, after 9 years, the blame for the situation that we're facing now as Canadians has to be laid squarely at the feet of this Liberal government and this Liberal Prime Minister. And, you know, this isn't some accident. You know, the Prime Minister will often say, well, there's global trends and so on. Madam Speaker, the misery that we're seeing, the crime, for example, that we're seeing, the increase in crime has to be directly blamed on the deliberate actions of this government. Bill C-75 that was introduced and passed by this government that created a revolving door, that the default is an offender will get bail. Bail means the person is back out on the street after committing a serious offense. And what we're hearing from experts, from police officers, from community leaders, is that the revolving door of repeat and oftentimes violent offenders is leading to tragic results. It's not that there's lots and lots of Canadians involved in crime. There's a few number of Canadians that should be in jail that are committing a lot of crime. And Madam Speaker, Statistics Canada, you don't have to take my word for it. Let's look at what Statistics Canada says about just how out of control violent crime has become since only 2015. That's the year that the Liberals took power. And I think you'll agree with me, Madam Speaker, the numbers are absolutely staggering and are an indictment on the entire approach, the entire soft on crime, revolving door, catch and release system that these Liberals have created. And Madam Speaker, you'll notice I don't call it a justice system. It's a system because there is no justice for victims in this system. And I was very moved at Justice Committee when we had a witness, a victim of crime, who said she doesn't call it a justice system because she did not see the justice for her and her family in the system. So those statistics from Statistics Canada, Madam Speaker, auto theft is up 46%. Violent crime is up 50%. Sexual assaults are up 75%. Homicides are up 28%. Human trafficking, 83%. Crimes against children, Madam Speaker, are up over 100%. They're up 118%. Gang-related murders have doubled. Extortion is up 357%. Violent gun crimes. You know, the Prime Minister talks a good game about gun crimes. But all we've seen now, $67 million spent on a gun confiscation scheme that has not collected one firearm. So for all his talk about firearms crime, what is the result of this Prime Minister? Violent gun crime has gone up 116%. In fact, Madam Speaker, violent gun crime has gone up every year since this Prime Minister took office. So these are deliberate actions, Madam Speaker. Bill C-5, another terrible bill by this government, eliminated mandatory penalties related to gun crimes like robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, possession of a firearm obtained illegally, using a firearm in the commission of an offense. What else did Bill C-5 do? Eliminated mandatory prison time for drug dealers. Those that were convicted of trafficking or possession for the purpose of trafficking, importing and exporting serious drugs, production of a substance Schedule I, that's heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, crystal meth. All of these now are eligible for house arrest. Madam Speaker, can you not see how a government that would bring in a piece of legislation like this that allows for house arrest where before it was prohibited, house arrest for sexual assault, kidnapping, trafficking in persons, motor vehicle theft, abduction of a person under 14, assault causing bodily harm or with a weapon. Prior to this government coming along, all of those offenses I have just listed would have meant the offender would serve their time out of the community, in jail, where they belong, so the community would be safe while this repeat offender was in jail. Instead, under this government, these individuals are back on the street and committing the same crime over and over again. And Madam Speaker, I heard one of the Liberal members mention their so-called safe supply. Just today in the newspaper, the police raid at a heavily used harm reduction site in Nanaimo resulted in an individual, this is a so-called legal safe supply, an individual charged with 14 counts of possession for the purpose of trafficking and 8 weapons offenses, another charged with 6 possession for the purpose of trafficking and 5 weapons offenses. As Conservatives have been saying, that this so-called safe supply is getting into our streets and harming our young people. It's time for the Prime Minister to face reality. It's time to call a carbon tax election so that common sense Conservatives can axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member opposite, like all Conservative members, they sure do have those slogans down packed. I'll give them that much. You know, I believe that they likely already have the bumper stickers printed to match the slogans, in fact, Madam Speaker. The question I have for my friends across the way, and that thirst and hunger for power, have they given any thought in regards to why not working for Canadians today until the next election happens to come? Why not look at the issues that Canadians are facing today and start being a little bit more proactive in allowing legislation, for example, to advance to the committee stage? Even legislation they support, Madam Speaker. They are so focused on the Conservative Party and their leader, they've lost their focus on Canadians. The question is, why?
Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member can't be real. We come here, Conservative members of Parliament come here every day and fight for a better Canada, fight for their constituents. And what our constituents are telling us, Madam Speaker, they can't afford any more years of this government. They can't afford skyrocketing crime. They can't afford groceries or heat or their mortgage or their rent or to put food on the table. Madam Speaker, the worst inflation in 40 years, 2 million people attending at food banks. Madam Speaker, Canadians can't afford another second of this Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beaupré, Court d'Orléans, Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Orléans-Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for their speech, which reminds us how difficult the situation is for many people in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. And I'd like to have my colleague's opinion if there were a Conservative government, which they're expecting with great hope. I'd like to know if they would be open to reviewing healthcare transfers that are given to the provinces, particularly to Quebec. We know that Quebec racked up $11 billion deficit, including $6 billion from the fact that the federal government probably didn't pay the healthcare transfers. So I'd like to know if a Conservative government would be more open to taking on its federal responsibility, i.e. paying adequate healthcare transfers to provinces.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. A new Conservative government is going to be focused on improving the livelihoods and the lives of all Canadians. We have to end this government's misuse of taxpayers' dollars, this waste that we see. When we have waste in the system, when we have scandal in the system, there is less money to go around for the services that we so cherish as Canadians. So this is why we're going to stop the crime. We're going to fix the budget, build homes. We're going to axe the carbon tax. We're going to axe the carbon tax so Canadians can afford to live again. That's the focus. That's what we're talking about. And that's the focus of a new government that's going to be there for Canadians.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again today in committee, the corporate coalition of the Liberals and the Conservatives teamed up to make sure that the contract flipping was not addressed in committee today. The week before, they teamed up to make sure that Canada's largest corporate landlords didn't have to come to committee to be accountable to Canadians.
Wow.
We know that the Conservatives continue, just like the Liberals, to wine and dine the corporate elites in Canada for fundraising purposes. So my question to the member is, why do the Conservatives to continue to support the Liberals to protect their corporate landlords in committee?
Member for Fundy Royal.
I think the honourable member is missing the point of the debate today. Conservative Party is calling for non-confidence in this House, that this House does not have the confidence in the Prime Minister or in the government. Everything about this government is wrong because it's not putting the people of Canada first. It's selfishly and with much greed, taking more than they should, taking too much from taxes, making it too difficult for Canadian families to make ends meet, to punish good things like going to work, raising a family, driving your kids to sports. All of that is punished in Justin Trudeau's Canada, and that's going to change under a Conservative government.
Mention members' names in the House. Can I remind the honourable member that we do not use members' names in the House? The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul will have about 2.5 minutes to resume her debate.
The day Canadians finally have the opportunity to go to an election. We are having a confidence vote tomorrow in this House. We have a real opportunity for Canadians to finally voice their concerns at the ballot box. Many Canadians have been waiting years for this opportunity, Madam Speaker, and we are at a critical time in Canadian history. And we have many members on the side of the House that have talked about the promise of Canada, and I too would like to talk about the promise of Canada that I was raised with. I was raised with stories about my ancestors, the prairie pioneers who came here well over 120 years ago with barely $5 in their pocket, worked extremely hard, and were able to buy a small plot of land, work their butts off. They lost many of their children along the way, whether it was flu or farming accidents, but they had the opportunity and the dream that if they worked hard and made those sacrifices, the next generation would be better off. And that was true every single generation since the last 120 years that my family has been here until now. Every single generation has had that opportunity that they would be better off because of the hard work of their parents and their grandparents. But today, my generation, for example, half of us will never be able to afford a home, and the generation after us, good luck. We see over 2 million people going to food banks every month in this country. The literal bread lines have returned in Canada under 9 years of Liberal government. That's what we're facing in this country as a result of their punitive carbon tax, of their massive deficits that have driven up inflation. People can no longer afford to live. Do you know that food banks are seeing for the first time in Canadian history full-time working parents who can't afford to feed their families coming to food banks? That 35-year-old fully educated working young people are living in their parents' basements because they can't afford homes in the neighborhoods they grew up in? This has never been the case in Canada ever. But this is what happens after 9 years of failed Liberal policies. Big government here to help has ruined everything by the Liberals. And we see time and time again they're being supported by the NDP and the Bloc. I would urge the NDP and the Bloc to vote non-confidence tomorrow, to step up, have some courage, and give Canadians the hope they deserve. That change is on the horizon. That can happen tomorrow, Madam Speaker, and Conservatives will be voting non-confidence in this Liberal government tomorrow, Madam Speaker. Hear, hear. And we're proud to do so. Hear, hear.
As it is 5:27, it's my duty to interrupt proceedings and to put to vote.
Yev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved that the House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and the government.
If a member participating in person.
We'd like a recorded vote of non-confidence in this government.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker,
has a point of order.
On a point of order, I suspect if you were to canvass House, you'd find unanimous consent to call it 5:42 at this time, so we could begin private members' hour.
5:42. It being 5:42, the House will now. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:42? Oh, sorry, he doesn't need to see the clock. Okay. So there we go. It being then 5:28, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at report stage of Bill S-205, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence recognizance orders, standing in the name of Ms. Dancho.
I see the honourable member for New Westminster. From New Westminster. I see the honourable member for Brunswick. New Brunswick. That's the word I was looking for. New Brunswick Southwest is rising on the point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am. Thank you. Yesterday in the House, the honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills, rose on a point of order. Stating she had been denied an opportunity to participate in debate at the Public Accounts Committee. She confessed this was unusual because the Speaker does not normally intervene in committee matters. As Chairman, I thought I should respond to the honourable member's point of order. I'd like to first assure this House that debate had collapsed. The member in question did not notify me or the clerk of the committee of her desire to join debate. After the last speaker, I waited a few moments looking for any other speaker, at which point I called the question.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt the honourable member, and I will ask the parliamentary secretary that if he has something to add, then he can do so under another point of order. At this point, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest has the floor.
Thank you. When I called the question, the member indicated a desire to speak. I said that the question has been called. I was not in a position to grant that. I explained that her only option was to challenge the chair, which she did, as is the right of any member to do so. My ruling was upheld by the committee, and we proceeded to the vote. I am not going to comment on the honourable member's motivation for coming to the House like this, but I will just highlight to our Speaker and members that my job as chair is twofold. It is one, to respect the rights of all members at committee and ensure everyone has the opportunity to speak, but it is also to move business along in a manner that respects the rights of all members, something that I did yesterday and certainly stand by my decision. And I hope that the Speaker and the desk officers, if necessary, will speak to my clerk, since I indicated that this member did not catch my eye or the eye of the clerk of the House Commons Public Accounts Committee. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest for his contribution to this point of order that had been raised yesterday. The information that he has provided will be taken under advisement, and we will be getting back to the House at some point soon with a response. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan had 4 minutes remaining in debate. He can now use this time.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We have just finished debate in this House on a Conservative motion of non-confidence in this government. After 9 years, so many Canadians are suffering as a result of the failures and, frankly, in many cases, the malicious failures of this government that have undermined our national well-being, our social cohesion, as well as had a devastating impact on our economy. I am looking forward to voting non-confidence in this government tomorrow, and tomorrow's vote will be a clear indication of where members stand, which members of this House stand with the government and allowing the government to continue, and which members of this House want to replace this government and give the Canadian people a chance to decide. Our Conservative priorities are clear. We would like to bring Canadians a carbon tax election and present our proposals for axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime. Now we're debating Bill S-205, a Conservative private member's bill that seeks to advance our agenda of stopping the crime. This is a Conservative bill that combats domestic violence by creating expanded measures for electronic monitoring. As I said when I addressed the House on this last time, I noted that this bill would create a mechanism where a judge can mandate that a perpetrator would wear an electronic monitoring device, and also that victims would be consulted in the process of judges making decisions about the kinds of orders that apply to perpetrators. In giving judges additional tools for facilitating monitoring of perpetrators, this bill is simply common sense and provides additional protection and confidence for victims. It is a bill that facilitates accountability for criminals and a greater degree of security for victims. Now, sadly, the Liberal response to Bill S-205 follows a familiar pattern. When it comes to violence in general, domestic violence in particular, we hear plenty of words of solidarity from Liberal politicians. They are eager to verbally express that they care about people that are victims of domestic violence. And yet, when it comes to voting on measures that actually will make a concrete difference for making people safe, they back away. And in fact, they put forward amendments at committee, supported amendments at committee, that have weakened this bill substantially. So here at report stage, we are proposing to reverse those acts of vandalism to this good bill that happened at a committee. We want to restore the bill such that it will live up to the promise in terms of what was proposed and what was passed by the Senate to protect victims of crime. And it's sad to see that despite how members of all parties will make statements opposing violence against women, when it comes to actually supporting measures that will meaningfully impact that reality, it is often Conservatives standing alone, certainly trying to build coalitions in this place without the support of the government to advance this important legislation. So I'm very proud to speak in support and vote in support of these proposals from my colleagues that would reverse the damage done to this bill at committee and allow Bill S-205 to pass and do the work that it's supposed to do to effectively stop crime, combating domestic violence in this country, and giving women a greater sense of security that those who commit acts of violence against them will be held accountable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in the House today to speak to my private member's bill, S-205. It's a very important bill. In Canada, on researching this bill, I found out that in Canada, one woman is murdered every 48 hours. And in fact, last year, 205 women were murdered in Canada, and we know that about 60% of murdered women in Canada are murdered by their intimate partner. This bill looks to address that. This bill looks to provide additional measures to protect women. And of course, I want to say off the bat as well, we know it's not exclusively women that are victims of intimate partner violence. Men can be as well. But overwhelmingly, we know that it is women who are victimized by their intimate partners, who are abused, and their children as well. This bill aims to provide additional protections to them, more tools in the toolbox to save their lives and the lives of their children. Unfortunately, through the democratic process, we saw some unfortunate moves from the NDP and unfortunately the Bloc, and notably the Liberals at the committee stage, where they gutted a lot of very important provisions in this bill to protect women. And I'm going to get into that in a moment. But before I do, and before I talk a little bit more about the details of the bill, I do want to thank the original creator of this bill, and that's Senator Boisvenu, recently retired from the Senate. This bill originated in the Senate, and I was honored to be asked to sponsor it in this place. And Senator Boisvenu has an extraordinary story in very tragic and very victorious ways. His entire career has been dedicated towards safeguarding women, to fighting against domestic violence, to providing more tools, security tools to women who have been victims of intimate partner violence. And it was inspired by his own daughter, who was kidnapped in a parking lot, kidnapped and murdered by a stranger. His daughter, who would have been in her early 20s. And as a mother now, I can't imagine what that would be like for a parent. And it is one of the more inspiring things I've heard since I've been an elected member of Parliament, to see someone turn a horrific tragedy into motivation to protecting all women across Canada. And he had worked tirelessly throughout his Senate career to do that. So I thank him very sincerely for his courage and his hard work on this. It's truly inspiring as an elected official to see that. And it reminds us that we can really make a big difference in this place. And I also wanted to thank the member for Peterborough Kawartha. In my absence in the last year, I had a baby, and we had the incredible member of Parliament from Peterborough Kawartha shepherd this through committee and fight valiantly against what the Liberals and the other parties were looking to do to water it down. She did an incredible job, and in fact, she's moved amendments in this House that we will vote on. We will vote on in the coming days. We're trying to convince everybody, let's put the bill back in its original form. It was stronger, provided more protections for women and victims. It was tougher on their abusers, so we are looking to do that. So I thank her very much for her initiative to put forward those amendments to return it to its original, stronger form. So thank you very much to the member for Peterborough Kawartha for her hard work. Now, this bill in particular what it's been left with is still very important. It's about peace bonds. And so for those who don't know what a peace bond is, I'll just briefly tell you, they're sort of like restraining orders. A lot of people are familiar with that term. But peace bonds in particular are criminal court orders, often related to the safety of property or of an individual, whereas restraining orders are non-criminal court orders, often related to custody and family court issues. So they're similar but different. And S205 in particular allows peace bonds to be imposed if a victim demonstrates a reasonable fear of domestic violence and adds a number of conditions for those peace bonds. So this would allow a justice, the court process, prosecutors to ask for things like therapy for the abuser during a peace bond or as part of the peace bond, that the abuser can't go to certain places or they have to stay within a certain area. They may have to abstain from communications with the victim, to abstain from drugs and alcohol consumption. And most notably, it provides the option within the peace bond to wear an electronic monitoring bracelet. And these really have come a long way in recent years. And in fact, what we're seeing in Quebec, who was one of the first to institute some of these, to great success of protection of women who've been victims of domestic violence, what happens is the abuser who's wearing the ankle or the bracelet has a GPS in it, and that's connected to his former intimate partner's phone. And so if he or she, but he notably, comes within a certain distance of the person that he's victimized, the sort of alert center will be notified. They immediately call that abuser and say, hey, time to back off, you're getting a little close. If they don't cooperate or if there's reason to believe it's too tense of a situation, they need to send police right away, they will do so. So it really provides sort of that alert system so that people can be informed of what's going on. Women can be alerted if they're maybe in fear of their lives, if that individual is coming close. And it really does involve that route for police being sent directly to where that individual is. So it does provide a barrier of protection. It's another tool in the toolbox. And what this bill did in its original form, now it's sort of really just been isolated to the peace bonds, which again is very good, and I'm excited to see this pass. It will save lives. But in its original form from the Senate, it was going to be much more broad. Justices were going to have the option to apply the electronic monitoring bracelets to anyone who was getting bail, which was key. That was a key and a monumental milestone would have been in our criminal code, particularly for those who've been victims of domestic violence and intimate partner violence. Notably, things like intimidation, breaking and entering, being unlawful in a dwelling of a house, those kinds of things could have been triggered by a justice putting someone on bail for those crimes to have an electronic monitoring bracelet. It would have given them just another checklist option, whereas now it's not really front and center for justices in those scenarios. And we know from Senator Boisvenu and the research that he's done that those in particular, intimidation, breaking and entering, being unlawfully in a house, those things in particular, if the physical contact of the assault has perhaps not occurred, but it's really becoming a tense situation, that relationship, and the woman decides to seek legal help and get that peace bond or request through the court process that electric monitoring bracelet, then that opportunity kind of tips off the justice. Okay, these are precursors to domestic violence, so I'm gonna institute this monitor on this individual. That's the key here that was missed during the committee. Because what they referred to was they had recently passed something called Kira's Law that we all supported. It was a very important law, Kira's Law. I encourage those who aren't familiar with what happened to Kira. It's a devastating story, and it's wonderful that this place did come together and pass something important. That was a good bill. But they argued that they were similar, they did the same thing, but that's not entirely accurate. In fact, Kira's Law was much more narrow, still very good, but this bill was going to have much more broad impacts that really considered all of the different violations of our law that occur in the scope of domestic violence leading up to in particular. So it is quite disappointing that something that really would have provided a broader scope was so limited during the committee stage. And again, this is that Status of Women Committee. So it was surprising and bizarre to see it being sort of gutted piece by piece by members of that committee. I read through all the testimony, and I'm still scratching my head why they would weaken protections for victims of intimate partner violence and their children. Perhaps they will respond to clarify, because nothing has been clear in everything that I've seen communicated from them, and it's been very disappointing. And they gutted another provision in particular. This one was really wild as well, because there was a provision right in the bill, right at the beginning, paramount importance, so that victims would have to be consulted on their safety and security needs. Right there during the process, a justice would have to consult them, would have to consult the prosecutor. Does the victim have anything else we should know so we can implement related protections for her? And that was completely tossed out, a victim's rights option in there. To have her voice heard of what she needs would have been required. And we know that there's a lot of problems in our judicial system with not consulting the victim. That was gutted by them as well, which is interesting. Kira's Law, her stepfather supported that provision, again, gutted by the Liberals. And lastly, just to conclude, it also made that the peace bond could last 2 to 3 years. It takes a lot of effort and courage to get these peace bonds. 12 months, especially for mothers, goes by like this. So the idea that they have to keep going back, we could have had a 2 to 3 year option for women. Now they have to go back every 12 months. Again, that was gutted by the Liberals. So it's deeply disappointing to see them prioritizing, I don't even know, the abuser over the victim. We worked so hard to get this here. I would urge them to please consider our amendments. There are women's lives at stake. Let's do this together. Let's pass the strongest bill possible, Madam Speaker. Let's do it for women.
Hear, hear. Well said.
Reprise le débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an issue that should not be taken hostage by partisanship. I'm speaking today on the subject of this bill that's important to women who are victims of domestic violence. The Bloc supports Bill S-205. This bill is consistent with initiatives that have strengthened the justice and police systems to fight domestic violence. Gender-based violence is a scourge, and we believe this bill is a step in the right direction towards achieving that goal. Following our review in committee, we maintain our support for S-205. The Bloc's position is consistent with initiatives to strengthen mechanisms aimed at making the justice system more closely aligned with public safety, in particular to ensure better protection for victims of domestic violence. I'll start by summarizing the bill and then talk a little bit about releases and finish by discussing the advances in Quebec in this area. First, introduced by Conservative Senator Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu, who I'd like to give a shout out to. This bill, and he testified before the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, the purpose of the bill essentially is to amend the criminal code to require judges deciding whether or not to release an accused on bail to ensure that the prosecutor has consulted the victim about their safety needs. The bill would also enable the judge to order the wearing of a monitoring device, commonly known as an electronic monitoring anklet, when requested by the prosecution. The bill would also make it easier for the victim to obtain a copy of the order against the accused and oblige the judge to confirm with the prosecutor that the victim has been informed. The bill would also allow the victim to denounce her abuser if she has reasonable grounds to fear for her physical safety or that of her child. And if the fear is justified, the judge can then impose a recognizance that the accused cannot refuse on pain of imprisonment. The bill would give the judge the power to set conditions of the undertaking of good conduct by imposing, for example, psychological follow-up, moving to a different region from the person who reported the crime, refraining from frequenting a specific place, refraining from communicating directly or indirectly with a child, the person who reported the crime or their child, or a relative or close associate of the person who reported the crime. The bill would also allow the judge to prohibit the abuser from consulting social media or taking drugs, alcohol, or other intoxicants, and require the abuser to provide a sample to ensure compliance. Madam Speaker, Bill S-05 broadens the scope of Section 810 of the Criminal Code, which empowers the court to order a peace bond when the victim fears that the accused will cause harm to their physical integrity or material property or that of their child or intimate partner. And preponderance of the victim's version, which may influence the choice of conditions to which the accused will be subject under the peace bond. So, when the victim fears for their physical safety or property, or that of their child or partner, or a parent or close associate, then release with or without conditions would allow the accused to be released into the community while awaiting trial. In Quebec and Canada, criminal law has a duty to punish crimes and protect the public. With feminicide and domestic violence on the rise, we need to strengthen the mechanisms to protect victims, their children, and their loved ones. This means modernizing the criminal code, and S-205 is a step in that direction. More specifically, the criminal code sets out the conditions under which it would be justified to detain an accused pending trial. The decision whether or not to detain a person pending trial depends on a number of factors specific to each case. When it's in the public interest to detain an accused person, it's important to remember that the accused is deprived of the exercise of his fundamental rights. These include the presumption of innocence and the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. Allowing victims to be more involved in the court process that concerns them is a commendable step forward that the Bloc wholeheartedly supports. Victims do not have to go through an obstacle course to obtain justice. This bill helps reduce the obstacles a victim may face, obstacles which might deter her from taking the courageous step of filing a complaint against her attacker. The bill undoubtedly contains loopholes that could compromise certain fundamental rights, such as the obligation to provide biological samples to prove compliance with a peace bond. At committee stage, we supported the amendment made to Section 1, which deals with the criminal history of a violent, intimate partner. The amendment excludes prescription cases and only highlights whether the person has been convicted, regardless of which criminal charges. This has the effect of covering a wider range of offences to the benefit of the complainant. The same applies to the list of amendments to Section 2, which clarifies the legal definition of partners and their children, including them to the extent of the risk and protection afforded. Most of these amendments harmonize with the sections of the Criminal Code as it currently stands. We heard from expert witnesses, and we're in favor of the amendments concerning specialized services for First Nations. Although all people should be entitled to the best support services available. We're opposed to reducing the maximum period of good conduct from 2 years to 12 months. I didn't quite understand why this happened in committee. Recent events have shown that spouses can take action years later, motivated by revenge. Finally, we support the new Section 10.1 proposed by the committee. It includes the new amendments to the Criminal Code concerning firearms and any other type of weapon. This new section allows judges to determine whether to prohibit the possession of firearms, prohibited or restricted, prohibited devices, crossbows, etc., or to prohibit the possession of any other type of weapon. As for the bill as a whole, the Bloc still supports the bill because the principle is commendable, and that is making our communities safer, which is a win-win situation for all Quebecers. A sense of security in the community strengthens a country's well-being. If adopted, these legislative amendments represent added value for victims, particularly women who are victims of domestic or sexual violence. The justice system needs to be more efficient and transparent, not only to facilitate the court process and the long-term effects on victims or their families, particularly when a decision is made to release the accused. It also strengthens public trust in the justice system so that no one who has been the victim of a crime will hesitate to report that crime to the police, which is still a problem. People are very hesitant, even still in 2024. Thirdly, and most importantly, Quebec is one of the most avant-garde nations when it comes to protecting victims of domestic and family violence. In fact, the Department of Public Safety in Quebec, the ministry, has deployed a Quebec-wide project for wearing electronic anklets. By December 2022, more than 650 offenders will be wearing these anklets. It should be remembered that these people are being prosecuted for offenses under the jurisdiction of a Quebec prison. Those under federal jurisdiction are not subject to the same conditions. It's time to come full circle. Statistical data shows a rise in the killing of women and domestic violence. Between 2009 and 2019, there was an increase of 7.5%. The updated stats are chilling. In 2024 alone, 14 women were killed in Quebec, and 8 of these women were killed by their spouse or ex-spouse. The first took place in Shefford, but unfortunately, I met the victims' loved ones in an unfortunate circumstances, and an event was created to fundraise for a women's shelter, and that's a shelter in Granby. So as I said, the situation is disastrous, and we need these electronic geolocation anklets. They save lives, and as parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to help reverse these terrible statistics. The reality is that there are shortcomings under the status quo. Many victims continue to fear their attackers, even when they're behind bars. An initiative that aims to improve the victim's experience of the justice system throughout the entire process can only be welcomed. In closing, Madam Speaker, the Bloc will always stand up for women and victims of violence. This is a cross-party issue. We're in favor of these electronic monitoring devices. Many communities have declared an epidemic when it comes to the killing of women, so we have to do something. I'd also like to mention that I marched with women's groups, like many other members of my party all across Quebec, and I'd like to give a shout out to those women. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for recognizing me for tonight's debate on Bill S-205, a Senate public bill that is now before the House after a very long journey. It has gone through the Senate, and it is now before us for a report stage and third reading. And I believe tomorrow we will come to the consequential votes of this particular bill. Recently, of course, it has gone through 6 meetings at the House of Commons Standing Committee on the Status of Women, and it finds itself here via Senator Boisvenu and is now being sponsored in the House here by the member for Kildonan St. Paul. I also want to recognize another member, Madam Speaker, my NDP colleague, the member for Winnipeg Centre, who is a member of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, and who not only in her own riding, but indeed right across this country has been a stalwart champion for women and for raising these particular issues. And I know that our entire caucus is extremely proud of the work that she does on this issue every day. And we're certainly very grateful for the work that she did as our caucus member of that standing committee so that the House can consider the committee's work on the bill that is before us today. Intimate partner violence, Madam Speaker. It is absolutely a national crisis, and we know the statistics outline that in very stark ways. About every 6 days, we know that a woman in Canada is killed by her intimate partner, and that is a statistic that is personally, of course, very troubling to me, being a father of 3 daughters. That is very personal towards me. Globally, before COVID, we know that 1 in 3 women experience some form of intimate partner violence, and we know that the rates are highest in households that are low income and Indigenous. There has been a surge in recent years in gender-based violence, including intimate partner violence, and we know that the number of women and girls in Canada involving a male accused increased by 27% in 2022 compared to before the pandemic in 2019. In fact, Madam Speaker, in recognition of this massive surge of violence, we know that the aforementioned Standing Committee on the Status of Women just recently undertook a study into this very important and concerning issue. We know that in several cities in Canada, the situation is so dire so that we have places like Ottawa, right where the House of Commons is located, and Toronto and Kitchener, which have recognized this as an epidemic. There is a role, of course, for us as federal legislators and for the federal government. We have jurisdiction over how the criminal code is structured, and indeed this particular bill has some important amendments to it. But we can't alone legislate ourselves out of this problem. And I think it is worth repeating here, as many of my colleagues have consistently done, that the current Liberal government has only implemented 2 of the 231 calls for justice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. And I know that in my riding of Cowichan Malahat Langford, we have a relatively high Indigenous population there. And I know from speaking with many female Indigenous members of my community that this is a particularly galling statistic and one that they take great issue with. They feel that they are not being seen and that their personal circumstances are not rating high enough for this government's attention when we see a statistic like that. I also want to take some time, Madam Speaker, to recognize the organizations that are working on the ground in Cowichan Malahat Langford. There's Cowichan Women Against Violence Society, which works from a feminist perspective to provide a supportive environment primarily to women and children who have been impacted by violence. They are there to support diversity, change, choice, and growth through counseling, advocacy, emergency shelter services, community development, and education. And also, we have the Victoria Women's Transition House, which since 1974 has been supporting and advocating for women. And we know that organization is active in the southern part of my riding in the great city of Langford. So when we turn, Madam Speaker, to S205, there are a number of elements in this, and I do want to recognize that the bill is not in its same form as when the Senate handed it over to the House of Commons. I know that following those 6 meetings at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, there were a number of amendments made to the bill, and I know that we do have some report stage amendments before us. We will, as a House, be deciding on what the final form of this bill we eventually want to have. But there are some notable elements in the bill, including mentions of the use of electronic monitoring devices, looking at, and I think some of the biggest parts of the bill deal with the recognizance orders that could be put in place for survivors of intimate partner violence, which allow judges to impose conditions on these or for a domestic counseling program. So, Madam Speaker, if we were to delve into the bill and look at those recognizance orders, first of all, I just want to say that, essentially, there's a lot of different examples in this bill, but it should be noted that the overall purpose is to prevent serious harm by imposing conditions on a person which can ultimately restrict their behavior or their movement, and essentially is a barrier that the court can impose to reduce the risk of them committing a future offense. And we have to go back to the section 810 of the Criminal Code to find where there are existing provisions, and this bill is adding some amendments to those particular sections. So, for example, Madam Speaker, there could be an order to attend a treatment program. There could be an order to remain within a specified geographic area, an order to wear an electronic monitoring device so that the person's whereabouts are known at all times, an order to abstain from communicating, an order to refrain from using social media, and an order to abstain from the consumption of drugs and alcohol. And again, these all can vary based on the facts of the case before the court. Madam Speaker, I do want to say that thanks to the hard work of the member for Winnipeg Centre, we as a caucus will continue to support this bill. We do believe that the provisions in this bill, the legislative changes, will have a benefit for survivors of intimate partner violence. It will provide in some of those legislative guardrails that are necessary. But again, we are not going to legislate ourselves out of this problem. This is one piece of the puzzle that we as legislators can have a positive impact on. But we do have a responsibility as a society to act swiftly and decisively to prevent and eliminate intimate partner violence and to support survivors. I think that S205 on balance is a step in the right direction, but I think that many people who are listening to this debate and who have that lived experience would agree with me that the work is far from over and that we certainly must keep this issue top of mind. With that, Madam Speaker, I will conclude my remarks, and I appreciate being able to speak to this particular issue on behalf of my constituents. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm also here to speak to this bill, Bill S205, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence recognizance orders. Bill S205 proposes amendments to the bail and peace bond provisions of the Criminal Code and the Youth Criminal Justice Act to address intimate partner violence, a cause that all of us in this House should be seized with. Let me start by thanking the Standing Committee on the Status of Women for their work on this bill. The committee looked carefully at Bill S205 and identified ways to strengthen it while maintaining the original spirit of the legislation. I also want to recognize the contributions and expertise of the witnesses, all of whom shared their diverse perspectives, which were often of a deeply personal nature. Bill S205 has two main components. bail, and peace bonds, and I'll touch on each of these in turn, starting with bail. Bill S-205, as passed by the Senate, proposed 4 changes to the criminal code related to bail. First, the bill would have required a justice, before making a bail order for an offense involving intimate partner violence, to ask the prosecutor whether the intimate partner of the accused had been consulted about their safety and security needs. The committee voted in favor of removing this proposal because it would have been duplicative of existing bail provisions. Moreover, it could have had the unintended consequence of endangering victims. Under this proposal, victims could have had details about their safety needs revealed to an audience, potentially including the accused in court. This goes against protecting their security. Victim support services are better positioned to discuss safety and security needs with the victim in a more private setting without the accused present. Second, Bill S-205 would have required bail courts to consider imposing a condition that the accused wear an electronic monitoring device for any offense charged at the request of the Crown. This provision was removed from the bill, as it is already possible under Section 515 of the Criminal Code to impose electronic monitoring, and explicitly adding it as an optional condition could result in it being routinely imposed even where it is not warranted. Most importantly, this provision was removed because it runs counter to the approach of Bill C-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code, and the Judges Act, Violence Against an Intimate Partner, which received royal assent on April 27, 2023. C-233 ensures that electronic monitoring is specifically considered as a bail condition in cases of intimate partner violence. This tailored approach is crucial. It signals to judges that intimate partner violence is a crime for which electronic monitoring may be especially successful in protecting victims. If we had extended this condition to all offenses, intimate partner violence would no longer be singled out for special consideration from judges. Our government supports the tailored approach of Bill C-233 to best protect women and other victims of intimate partner violence. Third, Bill S-205 proposed amending the reverse onus bail provisions in Section 515 of the Criminal Code. A reverse onus is where the accused must demonstrate that they should be released instead of the burden of proof being on the prosecutor to demonstrate that they should be detained. The proposed change would expand the existing intimate partner violence reverse onus for bail to apply not only to accused who were previously convicted, but also those previously discharged for an intimate partner violence offense. This amendment remains in the bill and is identical to a change our government made in Bill C-48, which passed last year after receiving unanimous support in this House. Finally, Bill S-205 would require the justice to ask the prosecutor if the victim has been informed of their right to have a copy of the bail order after a decision on bail has been made. I support this measure to improve transparency in the justice system and enhance victims' access to information. Moving on to the peace bond regime, Bill S-205 would create a new peace bond focused on preventing domestic violence, which is understood as violence directed at an intimate partner or child of either partner. Peace bonds are entirely separate from criminal punishment or sentencing. Peace bonds can be sought when there is a reasonable fear that a crime may occur. Peace bonds are designed to prevent crimes from taking place. The committee adopted several amendments to the peace bond proposed in Bill S-205 to strengthen the original intent of the bill. Par exemple, le projet de loi S-205 propose
S-205 says that it should be presented by an intimate partner. There would be a commitment to not disturb public peace through the criminal code, which can put someone other than the victim of the offense, such as a police officer or a family member, can present the request to commit to not disturb the public peace.
Peace bond could be brought by someone on behalf of a person who fears that a crime will occur, as is current practice for other peace bond regimes. I'm somewhat surprised to see amendments from my Conservative colleagues to restrict this back to only the victims. This seems counterintuitive to a victim-centric approach. Le comité a également...
The committee also made many amendments to ensure that the length of procedures of new commitments not to disturb the public peace be in line with other similar provisions in the criminal code. The maximum length will be 12 months or at 2 years if there is a conviction, which is in line with that which applies to organized crime, forced marriage, and offenses of a sexual nature committed against a minor. As well, there would be maximum prison sentence of 12 months that would match all other commitments not to trouble the public peace in the code.
That could be imposed on a defendant in a peace bond. The committee made several changes to the list of conditions proposed, which included removing the condition requiring the defendant to refrain from using social media. It's important to point out that peace bond conditions are not intended to be punitive but preventative and tailored to a specific threat. The use of social media could be interpreted broadly by the courts to include things like job searches or shopping for second-hand furniture. While some uses of social media may be linked to a specific threat posed by the defendant, in many cases it may not be, yet breaching the condition would still be considered a criminal offense. Moreover, defendants in a peace bond would already be prohibited from contacting in any way or stalking a person who sought the peace bond, so the social media prohibition is not necessary for protection. Next, I'll speak to the peace bond condition that would require the defendant to refrain from going to specified places such as the home or work of the intimate partner. This is essential in order to ensure the safety and security of the victim, and often the main reason for seeking a peace bond order. The committee voted to expand this condition to further prohibit the defendant from going within a specified distance of a place, to allow for the imposition of a radius within which the accused would be prohibited from going. For example, the condition could provide that the defendant must not go within 500 meters of the victim's home to prevent stalking behaviors such as sitting in a car outside the victim's residence. I would support this amendment, which would strengthen the existing protections for victims of intimate partner violence. My colleagues across the way also appear to want to repeal this amendment, which I am of the firm belief gives stronger protection to victims. Le dernier amendement que je veux...
The last amendment that I would like to cover was proposed after an NDP motion so that there can be an alternative solution to the peace bond order for Indigenous peoples. So a judge will have to determine whether it might be better, rather than a peace bond order, to offer support if necessary. This amendment seeks to correct overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in the criminal justice system, so there can be alternative solutions and pathways toward healing. I approve of that modification. In conclusion, S205 brings about very targeted, specific changes to the criminal code to better fight domestic violence. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Please,
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. 5 minutes, right of reply. No, pardon, the Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many women joined forces and worked hard to create Bill S205, and I commend them on their resilience and hard works. The fruit of their reflection and rigorous work leads us to examine the legislative text which aims to strengthen the criminal code and put in place preventive safety measures at the beginning of the judicial process when a woman decides to denounce the violence she had suffered or bail. I rise in this House to speak to a bill that proposes a solution to problems affecting thousands of victims of domestic violence, offering them the protections and support that they desperately need to regain their safety and dignity. Bill S205 invites us to reflect on the fate of victims who come to testify about how their complaint was handled. Domestic violence complaints at the reporting stage with police services, and the entire process that was reserved for these complaints. I would also like to talk about victims of sexual assault in sports. Over the past 2 years, I've learned the stories of several athletes who have been victims of abuse and mistreatment, and I've realized, to my dismay, how little justice the system does for victims. In courtroom routines, lawyers agree on a number of things, such as non-publication of the identity of the victim, a witness, or a participant in the justice system, even before the trial begins. But what about the victim's right to lift the publication ban? I immediately noticed how little room there is in the system for consultation with victims subject to a publication ban. This perspective has been championed by the organization My Voice, My Choice, and I thank them for all of their input. I've risen several times in this House in the hopes that the Prime Minister would open a public inquiry into sports, and that this would highlight the senselessness of the mechanisms chosen to deal with sexual abuse and assault and the need to better protect our children. Why are athletes in vulnerable or power imbalance situations treated differently outside the courts? That's another debate worth having in the House of Commons. When Rick Westhead's article was made public, had it not been for my intervention in this House and the unanimous motion on Hockey Canada, what would have happened in the now high-profile case of the alleged victim of gang rape by Hockey Canada players? Sport Canada had been informed in June 2018, but they did nothing. London's chief of police apologized for not getting to the bottom of it at the time. And I could go through the litany of everything she's been through. The system allowed a confidentiality agreement to be imposed, her silence in exchange for monetary compensation. 2 years of work at the Heritage Committee and public pressure put this case back on track where it should have been from the start. The victim, in this case, could request that the publication ban be lifted at any time during the trial, precisely when she feels safe enough to do so. I can see how S205 has similarities. Let's give victims back the power to decide and to be informed. Let's not make decisions for them. Let's give them the tools to ensure some form of security for them, such as having the alleged assailant wear an electronic device if released on bail. Let's take the time to do justice, to do things right, and to implement preventive security measures. What about these peace agreements, peace bonds, or 810s in legal jargon? The system grants them too often, perhaps too quickly. Here again, the news catches up with us in each of the cases illustrated in the newspapers. Orders issued under Section 810 of the Criminal Code and the cumbersome nature of complaints procedures too often lead victims to withdraw their complaints. Now, I would like to talk about Indigenous women. I reread the testimony heard in the Senate, and given my role as a critic for Indigenous issues, I paid particular attention to the testimony of Ms. Sarah Nyman, the lawyer of the Native Women's Association of Canada. Dear colleagues, I would like to present to you deep concern for Indigenous women who, when faced with violence, are often left out of a system that's supposed to protect them. When an Indigenous woman shows courage and asks for help, she is too often confronted with a system that turns its back on her. Instead of protecting her, the criminal code allows the abuser to remain free, to continue to inflict suffering while waiting for solutions, and sometimes the process seems interminable. It is unacceptable that the safety of an Indigenous woman should depend on her ability to convince others of her worth, of her right to protection.
And that's why we must support Bill S205. It's much more than a piece of legislation. It's a promise of justice. It aims to redefine our approach to violence against Indigenous women by placing their safety at the heart of the justice process. With Bill S205, we're not only creating a specific intervention for Indigenous women, we're establishing a framework that will allow them to be seen, heard, and respected, and a system that often ignores them. This bill requires the criminal justice system to consider the safety of victims at every stage, from the first request for help to the conclusion of proceedings. It's time to make victims' voices heard, to give them back the power to choose their path to justice. By supporting this bill, we're taking a decisive step towards a fairer society where every woman, whatever her origin, deserves to be safe and protected. We are thus in favor of this bill and will work hard to offer better specialized services for First Nations and all citizens. The Bloc therefore supports the majority of measures presented in Bill CS-205. Allowing victims to be more involved in the judicial process that concerns them is a laudable step forward that the Bloc can wholeheartedly support. Victims do not have to go through an obstacle course to obtain justice. This bill will help reduce the obstacles a victim may face and which may dissuade them from taking a courageous step of filing a complaint against their attacker. We support, therefore, the change made at committee to Section 1, which deals with the criminal history of a violent intimate partner. The same applies to the list of amendments in Section 2, which clarifies the legal definition of partners and their children, including them in the measure of risk and protection afforded. We're opposed to reducing the maximum period of good conduct from 2 years to 12 months. Finally, the committee improved the bill by adding a section allowing the judge to determine whether to prohibit the accused from possessing firearms, prohibited restricted, prohibited devices, and crossbows. Quebec, Madam Speaker, is recognized as one of the most progressive nations when it comes to protecting victims of domestic violence. We've seen promising initiatives such as the deployment of anti-seizure bracelets, which better protect victims by restricting the movements of aggressors. By December 2022, over 600 offenders had already been fitted with these devices, but we know that challenges remain. Federally convicted offenders do not enjoy the same protection. It's imperative to standardize release conditions for all offenders to guarantee the safety of all victims without distinction. The legislative changes we are proposing will bring, therefore, real added value for victims, especially women affected by domestic or sexual violence. We need to make our justice system more efficient and transparent. This means clear and rapid decisions on the release of aggressors, but also greater awareness so that all victims can report criminal acts without fear. The statistics are alarming. Between 2009 and 2019, the Quebec government's report entitled Rebuilding Confidence reported an alarming 7.5% increase in feminicide and domestic violence. As parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to reverse this worrying trend. The reality on the ground shows us that many victims continue to live in fear of their abuser, even if they're in custody. And this is unacceptable. It's essential to create an environment in which victims feel supported, listened to, and protected. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? La mise aux voix porte sur la...
The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions 2 to 12.
Madame Ferreri, appuyée.
Madame Ferreri, seconded by Mrs. May, moves that Bill 209, Article 1, be modified by substitute line 4, page 1, with the following.
1, subsection 1. Section, shall I dispense? Yep. Okay.
If a member participating in person wish the motion to be adopted or adopted on dissent, I would ask them. Or if a party or a member of a party, recognized party participating in person, wishes to request a recorded division.
South for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Request recorded division.
Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The recorded division will also apply to motions numbers 2 to 12. Alors, dans ce moment-ci,
therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, at a time when our country is facing historic challenges, Canadians who are facing the doubling of costs of everything, food price inflation is at record highs, the cost of rent have doubled, the cost of mortgages has doubled, the needed down payment has doubled. And today, Common Sense Conservatives put forward a motion calling for a carbon tax election, declaring that we've lost confidence in the government. That loss of confidence is born out of what we've heard from Canadians who are struggling. They can't afford to eat. They can't afford to buy a home. They can't afford to rent a home. They can nary afford a tent to live in. Tent encampments just increasing in size in communities across this country. Desperation from Canadians. And it wasn't like this before. So what's changed? Well, one of the things that's changed is we have a government that's decided to put their friends first, to help their friends line their pockets while Canadians are lined up at food banks. Incredible examples, like the $21 billion that this NDP Liberal government spent on outside consultants last year, like their buddies at McKinsey, like their buddies at GC Strategies in the $60 million Arrive scam scandal. These Liberals are lining the pockets of their friends with just wanton disregard for the effects that this inflationary spending is having on Canadians. They like to talk about all of the help that they're going to give to Canadians sometime in the future. Canadians wouldn't need the scale of rescue that this government would propose if it weren't for the injury being caused by that same NDP Liberal government. Inflationary spending, corruption, and grift is what we've seen after 9 years of these NDP Liberals. And it's Canadians who are paying the price. Not just on the cost of servicing the debt that's been racked up, but also with the lack of available funds to take care of what matters most to Canadians. To say nothing of the fact that their carbon tax on everything does nothing to help our environment but drives up the price of absolutely everything, and they want to see it raised to over 60 cents a litre. It's a tax on the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who moves it, the grocer who sells it, food processors, and of course on Canadians who buy it. It's economic vandalism after 9 years of these NDP Liberals. Canadians need relief. Why won't they just give them a carbon tax election so Canadians can decide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovations, Science and Industry.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite for the question, although I find his speech and question a little bit melodramatic, but he's known for that, I know, in this House. Look, as the honourable member is aware, the CBSA initiated an internal investigation as soon as there were allegations of inappropriate contracting practices. The matter was also referred to the RCMP for investigation. Contracts with 3 companies involved, including GC Strategies, have also been suspended through a stop work order from Public Services and Procurement Canada. We expect procurement processes to be followed properly, and anyone who does not follow contracting rules will face appropriate consequences. This has been and will always be the case. The Procurement Ombud and the Auditor General's reports have identified unacceptable gaps in management processes, roles, and controls Some recommendations have already been implemented, and the CBSA is taking further action to ensure practices are aligned with policies and meet the expectations of Canadians. The government is taking steps to ensure that all departments are better positioned to undertake projects of this nature in the future. And regarding ongoing investigations into alleged misconduct, the RCMP is assessing all available information, including the Auditor General's performance audit report, and will take appropriate action. To protect the integrity of the investigation, the RCMP will not be providing any further information at this time. We know that this is a pillar of our democracy, is to have independent police services, and there should be no interference in the RCMP's investigation. I can also confirm that the President of the CBSA similarly referred allegations of misconduct received in 2022 to its Professional Integrity Division, who has been actively working on its administrative investigation since then, and who has also referred the allegations to the RCMP. This government remains, and it will always do so, remain committed to act on the findings of all audits, reviews, and investigations. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the honourable member for the question.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that Canadians will find that response to be wholesale inadequate. I'll take a minute to say that I want to wish my mom a very happy birthday. It's her 71st birthday today. Had the delight to have breakfast with her this morning. And it's because of my mom that I have such a strong interest in our wonderful country and to stand up for what's so important. And accountability, affordability, these are things that are crucial to Canadians, values that were instilled in me by my wonderful mom. And I just want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, will they just give Canadians a carbon tax election so they can decide on having a government that will bring home an affordable country?
Yes, please. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I will say no as a direct answer to the member's question, but I do and will offer singing happy birthday to his mom if he so chooses, and I do wish his mother a happy birthday. As I've wished my mother a happy birthday fairly recently, who's a little bit older than the member opposite's mom, but taught me the same values of accountability and affordability. There's principles that I hold dear, and I agree with him that we need to hold our institutions accountable and our public servants accountable. We need to hold ourselves accountable. And I understand that we take the concerns that the member has raised very seriously. This government is committed to transparency and accountability. We acknowledge the Procurement Ombudsman and the Auditor General's reports have identified gaps in management, processes, rules, and controls at the CBSA. And we've acted through numerous ways that I've detailed in my longer response. But I think transparency in the management of these processes is paramount. Thank you.
For Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to a question I raised in this House back in the spring session. And when I raised it, I was talking again about government debt. It was shortly after the budget was delivered here, and the government issued more debt and extended the debt it was going to visit upon Canadians here. And I asked that because the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions talked about follow-on risks from the added debt the government was bringing into the financial equation for Canadians here. Those follow-on risks include things like stress in the mortgage insurance industry, investment portfolio risk, asset management risk, and insurance risk. Now, these are things the government doesn't have their eyes on when they're looking at just loading on more and more money to it. They keep extending the balance sheet, not just of the government, but also of its crown corporations. The Bank of Canada's balance sheet is expanding its liabilities. The Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation's expanding their balance sheet with more liabilities. This is more risk for Canadians, and that risk is borne in higher costs throughout the financial system, and Canadians eventually bear that. They bear that because this government actually just manages Canadians' money. It pulls in that money. No wonder they're raising taxes, because there's more bills to pay. And the primary part of that bill, of course, is rising, ever-rising interest on the debt that they are incurring here. This is a house of cards. And at the time I stated, this finance minister needed to do a redo on the budget because, frankly, it is not delivering for Canadians, and it is spending way beyond our means and loading a whole bunch of burden onto future Canadian taxpayers. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary at that point in time, his response to me was, it's a hard time for Canadians. But then he tried to blame rising mortgage costs on Conservatives, as if we've been in government here causing all of this mayhem that's happening in the Canadian financial system. I'm going to go back to the Prime Minister's quote years ago where he talked about the Canadian government's going to take on a whole bunch of debt so Canadians themselves don't have to. Well, the issue is both have happened. This government's debt to GDP ratio now is 107%. It's referenced in the International Monetary Fund's own disclosure documents, which I referred to last week in a previous session here, Madam Speaker. That amount is excessive, and recognize how high that is. But the Parliamentary Secretary last week tried to tell me that it's only 40%. It was frankly misinformation that is in their own government documents and exists nowhere else in the world. Government debt in Canada is 107% of our GDP, and they can reference that. Canadians can reference that anytime they want. Add to that the Canadian debt that's held by the public themselves, and that's about 102% of GDP. So if the government debt all in is $2.1 trillion, that's counting both provincial and federal debt, and the Canadian consumer debt is about $2.5 trillion, we are talking about a massive 209% minimum debt to GDP ratio in this country. There is no other country in the world, frankly, with such an offside, both on the consumer side and on the government side. So this whole thing about issuing debt for the benefit of Canadians when they're also incurring a whole bunch of debt is only layering on. Let's talk about that cost of debt. How much time do I have, Madam Speaker? 20 seconds. We'll get back to the cost of this in a little bit here, but I'd like to hear what my colleague across the way has to say about that. How are they going to actually manage this debt and actually get things under control? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for this question. I do appreciate him asking a thoughtful question. So our government certainly continues to manage responsibly Canada's public finances. I know the member opposite seems to disagree with that, but he should remember that our debt service costs are the lowest in the G7 when compared to GDP. As a percentage of GDP, they're 0.6% of GDP is the cost to service the national debt. Also, the International Monetary Fund, contrary to what the member has said, has rated Canada #1 in the world in terms of budget balance, and also gives Canada a #1 ranking in the G7 to have the largest GDP growth in 2025. So in fact, Canada has done fairly well in the grand scheme of things. Certainly the COVID-19 pandemic had a massive impact on the world economy, lots of losses of revenue, lots of interruptions to supply chains. Certainly was one of the biggest economic dips one could see probably in our, at least in the last 100 years. And we've recovered quite quickly from that, which is good news for Canadians. And our government is quite proud of our record in terms of our support to Canadians during that time, which has allowed us to recover quickly. Some of that debt, obviously, Canada now services, but at a much lower rate and with a AAA credit rating, which we've maintained. We also know that Canada is leading the G7 in achieving a soft landing from the post-pandemic surge in inflation and high interest rates. The Bank of Canada was the first central bank in the G7 to cut interest rates since the recent global hiking cycle, and first to cut it twice, and first to cut it a third time. This is something that I think all Canadians should perceive, and certainly the member opposite should perceive and admit is a very positive sign for Canada's recovery post-pandemic, that we're the first country to do not one, not two, but 3 rate cuts with our central bank. that the Bank of Canada has said that Canada has stuck to its fiscal guardrails that were set out in last year's fall economic statement, that the budget stuck to those fiscal guardrails was exactly why that inflationary pressures were alleviated from the economy, that the government had managed to its resources in such a way as to ensure that those interest rates could start to come down faster and more quickly. This is helping people who have a mortgage coming up for renewal. It's helping people with variable rate mortgages immediately. It's helping people looking to buy a first home. This is helping business owners from coast to coast to coast that may be carrying debt. Interest rates are falling because inflation has come down. It's come down for many months in a row, from over 8% to now 2%, which is right at the Bank of Canada's target rate. So this is good news for Canadians. It really is good news. Things are looking up. Canada's economy is recovering. And I know that the member opposite and I can debate fiercely, but I think the facts speak for themselves. And when you have independent rating agencies, the independent Bank of Canada governor, you have even our parliamentary budget officer recently came out with a report that showcased that Canada could, he actually said Canada could spend over $40 billion more per year. That's not the intention of this government, of course, but it was interesting to hear the parliamentary budget officer who independently has said that there's actually fiscal room there. But to hear these independent experts actually say that our government has stuck.
The honourable member for the Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And there was a whole bunch of misinformation. There were some facts in there, but there was a whole bunch of fiction as well. And I'll go through some of that. Number one, the OECD has Canada being one of the worst performing economies over the next decade. And you can reference that when he talked about the IMF's status about how where Canada sits. It was a complete misleading this House and misleading Canadians. And frankly, we've had enough of it. But let's look at the rising cost of debt in Canada, because that's what matters. The rising cost of debt, Canadians have about $5,600 of debt payments between what governments pay and what they have to pay themselves. That's about $14,000 per household. After tax, if you think about it, an average salary in Canada is $60,000. Average tax after that, $120,000 if you do it by two. $14,000 is 20% of some people's income. Can he explain how he's going to get that rate down? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud of our government's track record on managing the resources of this country in a way that's responsible and stewarding our country through some of very challenging economic times. Again, I don't need to remind the member, but I will anyways, because I think he's got amnesia when it comes to understanding the economic impacts of a global pandemic, which was a once-in-a-100-year public health crisis. I know that he wants to conveniently forget about the fact that the rest of the world is dealing with the inflationary pressures that Canada has been dealing with. Canada has fared much better than many other peer countries around the world. We've had inflation come down to the Bank of Canada's target rate. We've stuck to our fiscal guardrails. The IMF has rated Canada #1 in terms of budget balance and #1 when it comes to GDP growth in the year 2025, which is next year. Canada is faring very well. We have the highest per capita foreign direct investment. We've recovered over 2 million jobs from the post-pandemic recovery. Canada is, things are looking bright for this country. Thank you.
The honourable for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I stand before you with a heavy heart today to share some stories of moms and dads that I heard over the course of the summer. And they shared with me a heartbreaking truth that they just can't afford to give their kids the quality food that they want. Now, these are proud parents that have done everything right. They work hard, they play by the rules, and yet they find they're struggling to not just get ahead, but to get by. They told me the feeling of looking into the eyes of their little ones, of the desperation, unable to provide the most basic needs, a healthy, decent meal for their kids. I also spoke with many seniors, the very individuals that built this country, who are now faced with an unbearable reality. I vividly recall one senior who had tears forming in her eyes as she told me how her rent and utility bill increases have made it near impossible to afford anything else. She can't afford fresh fruit, fresh veggies, and anything that she wants to enjoy her passion with, which is cooking. She can barely afford to feed herself, never mind feed anyone else. She told me she thought she had a good pension and that she saved her whole life, but she can't stretch these dollars any further. She told me that this wasn't the Canada that she remembered, and it wasn't the retirement that she expected. These folks, their spirits are shattered when they have to line up at a food bank, empty-handed and exhausted, just to pick up a few extra meals to get through to the end of the month. They told me they feel like a burden, or worse, a failure on behalf of their family, and they don't want to have to ask their family and their friends for help. And I respect that pride, but they shouldn't have to feel this way, Madam Speaker. Now, let's not forget the staggering truth. The number of Canadians relying on food banks has reached an all-time high. This isn't the Canada that they were promised. This isn't the Canada that any of us were promised. I grew up believing that if you go to school, you work hard, you play by the rules, no dream is too big, and no retirement with dignity is too out of reach. But many are left wondering how they're going to afford dinner instead. This government has let Canadians down. It has pushed them to the brink, to a feeling of loneliness and failure. And to my Liberal and NDP colleagues, I would be shocked if you didn't hear this same story or one very similar over the course of the summer. Now, I expect my colleague across the way, in response to this question, will respond with talking points about how great all of their care programs are, but no government program could ever restore the lost pride of those parents or those retirees. So my question is, Madam Speaker, according to Harvest Manitoba, food bank usage surged by 150% between 2019 and 2023. How many more families will have to suffer? How many will have to line up in desperation before the government recognizes its own failures? How many more families must line up at a food bank before the Liberals finally axe the tax and recognize that if you tax the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who ships the food, and the grocer who sells the food, you put a tax on all Canadians? How bad does it have to get? How long till Liberals and the NDP take a good, long look in the mirror and realize that their policies, perhaps well-intentioned, are the cause of this misery for so many Canadians? How bad does it have to get till they realize their failed policies have caused misery for Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for giving me the chance to respond. I do appreciate it. I was a little shocked to hear him call some of our programs and the things that we stand for and have been implementing, all those care programs, as if they could be lumped into some nebulous lump of non-intelligible, phrase. It just seems to me to be a shame that he doesn't understand the value of pharmacare, mental health care, the healthcare investments we've made, all of the care programs that he's spoken of, dental care, etc., all of which are designed to help lift people up, care for them, help with the affordability challenges that Canadians are facing. But maybe that's just an aside. I would like to get back to the sort of heart of his question, which I think was focused, at least from what was tabled in this House, was on the housing crisis. And I can assure the member that that's not unique to Manitoba, and it's not unique to any part of this country. It's actually all across the country. And the housing crisis has been around long before our government was in power. And in fact, our government put forward the National Housing Strategy. It's one of the reasons that I actually stepped up in 2019 and put my name on a ballot, was because for the first time in 30 years, I saw a federal government willing to invest in housing in a meaningful way. They made a big, bold commitment to reducing homelessness, to helping solve the affordability or affordable housing challenges that Canadians were facing. And, that plan, with significant investments of over $70 billion over 10 years, was a really big reason for my wanting to get involved in politics. Now, certainly the housing challenges have morphed and changed, and that the market has shifted. And there are significant challenges, I admit, that, and I feel passionately about this issue. I feel compassion for every Canadian that either can't afford to buy a home or who's struggling with affordability challenges and is at risk of homelessness. That is something that our government takes very seriously, and we've put effort, time, and energy into developing a strategy and implementing real solutions, not slogans like axe to tax, which are false signifiers that have no meaning and are going to help not one person get housed in this country. You know, we're waiving GST on new rental construction. We're helping nonprofits purchase a housing stock that would otherwise, become unaffordable or be bought up. We're helping cooperatives develop more housing with $1.5 billion of support for them. We are working with municipalities through the Housing Accelerator Fund to make it easier and faster to get shovels in the ground and to improve medium density and other forms of housing density that will lower the cost for Canadians. We've just made mortgage rule changes that will help more and more Canadians get access to a lower cost mortgage. Individuals that rent will be able to have their responsible rental history count towards acquiring a mortgage in the future. These are all positive steps and real solutions that are helping people. Not to mention this historic investment we've made in the National Housing Strategy that has helped over 500,000 Canadians right across this country either get housing or maintain housing or repair housing if it were in a disarray. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. Accordingly, this House.
In a hurry. The honourable for Portage-Lisgar, 1 minute of reply. That's right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that response is a great example of this false reality in which Liberal NDP members live in, where everything is fine. I talked about the suffering, and he offered compassion. Compassion is fine, but when you cause the problem, and you were trying to offer fake solutions to fix the problem that you caused, is why Canadians are so upset. They want to be left alone. They want to work hard. They want to play by the rules. They want to earn a good quality living with powerful paychecks to pay for their family's food and living expenses and help the next generation get ahead. But yet, all of a sudden, we have this idea. We are going to quadruple the size of the carbon tax. We're going to make it 61 cents a litre. And we think that it's going to have no impact on the quality of life of Canadians now and the quality of life of Canadians in the future. It is remarkable to me that they can live in this false reality. How do you wake up in the morning and think everything is fine if you talk to anybody in your riding and recognize it's not?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting that the member talks about a false reality. So from where I sit, it's the Conservatives that have a false reality, that they're unhinged from reality. In fact, they offered zero solutions. They offer 3-word slogans that really, I don't know what difference powerful paychecks. What the heck does that mean, Madam Speaker? I have no clue what the Conservative Party means by that. It's a false promise. It's something the Conservatives keep repeating over and over and over again. They think it sounds good. They think somehow it's going to light up people's brains in some fancy way or give people some emotional response that they're going to vote for the Conservative Party. That makes no sense. It's not going to solve the affordable housing crisis. We put forward a plan with real solutions and are investing significant dollars because Canada has a great balance sheet, and we're doing that to benefit Canadians, to help them get housed, to help solve homelessness, to help solve the affordable housing crisis.
It being 6:54, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.